I'm sure they're friendly. So I'm going to do a thing real quick. I'm resetting my recording so that I am starting here. I'm going to put a marker in the chat so the VOD isn't a million hours of me trying to find a location. And hey, Twitch chat, if you want to say hi to YouTube, you can now, because you'll be saying hi to the VODs. So hello, folks watching the VODs. Thanks for tuning in. And thanks to everybody watching on YouTube. You guys are cool. Those hippos will be excellent food sources, I think. I mean, absolute units is one way to put it, but... So just as a reminder to everybody, this world is 1,000 years old. There's no necromancers, and I've done one fort in this world. That is Ghost Candy. Ghost Candy was the Halloween special where everybody died. And my goal for this fort is to try and put a dent in this goblin army over here using a new fortress. But there's a wrinkle here, and the wrinkle is pretty simple. I'm only allowed to use weapons that are artifacts. Got it? We all on the same page? There's only one faction in this world. It's the Lancers of Martyring. They have 9 sites and 3,500 dwarves. Ineth Anvil Allied is our current king. And so we're going to be manipulating moods a lot for this fort. We're going to be making weaponsmiths and a weaponsmiths guild and probably not making a tavern for a while. That is going to be this fortress. I'm sure the goblins will see the giant hippos coming because they are giant. So before I do anything, I'm just going to open up a list here because I want to see how many dwarves I have to name. And if anybody has any ideas as to what we should name the fortress, I'm open to ideas here. Just opening up my request queue. Dwarfs. Okay, so Dwarf named. We've got Keen Cook, Haze and Havoc, or just Havoc, and Butch Cats. Okay, so 3 dwarves. So artifact quality isn't a thing. Masterwork quality is a thing. Only artifact as in items from strange moods, yes. But shields aren't weapons, so I can use 2 shields, basically, if I need to. Which means this fortress is going to be a lot of waiting for artifacts, hoping for artifacts, crossing our fingers and hoping for artifacts, and defending with machines. That's what this fort's going to be. I was going to say, I don't think artifact's even a word. Do they really not have a word for forge? I'm kind of surprised by that. I kind of like Anvil Spark, actually. Zuntir Ibat? Ibmat? Niall, thank you very much for the 23rd month. Almost 2 years, dude. Cheers, Ildari. Because I don't think forge is a word. I mean, for the group, I could go the... Yeah, let's say the fortune of legends. No, I'm not going to do it. I just want to note that you can if you want. but I'm not. You could. Here we go. I could name it Tropic Thunder, probably, right? The Artifact of Legends is the group name now until we can come up with something better. I can't call it Tropic Thunder. That's, man. Could call it Jungle Thunder. Or like... kind of want to just call it Thundercloud. You know, Cloudthunder is actually pretty good. It's the Legend of Artifact. A Legend of Artifacts right now. Or the Artifact of Legends. I could make it the Legend of Artifacts. I think. The Artifacts of the story? Storm. Ooh, actually, hold on. How about the Storm of Artifacts? And the Fortress is Cloudthunder. What do you think? It's raining artifacts. It's raining swords. It's raining steel. What about War Thunder? That's definitely not taken by anything, nor a original name at all. So I think we are Cloudthunder of the Storm of Artifacts. Although, how about the Storm of... oh man, I can't say arms. Yeah, we'll just go with Storm of Artifacts. All right, well, every single one of these dwarves is going to be a weaponsmith. I realize I gave him 1 point in Boyering, and that's fine. Is Nord VPN? Well, VPN isn't, but Nordstorm probably is, which is a clothing brand, I think. You know, I kind of just want to bring like 5 anvils. Because that's kind of fitting. Maybe a bunch of coal. Two seconds, chat. The flail of limbs? Well, we still need a symbol, right? Let's just do an image of a dwarf. And dwarves. And let's say... and an anvil. The dwarf is raising the anvil. The dwarves are admiring the anvil. And we could name this the flail. Nope, can't call it the flail. I can call it the Flame of Deer. Okay. The Flame of Anger. It's weird to me that forge isn't a word. It intimidates you? I mean, people ask me all the time, how do I not be intimidated, and I don't know how to answer that question. It's just a you thing. I mean, if you want to play the game, you'll play the game. If you don't want to play the game, you won't, and that's fine. I'm not the sort of person to say everybody and their mother needs to play this game. If you want to play it, you will. It's not that intimidating, though. I think this game has a lot of very unfortunate, like, kind of mythos of being this... Let's say the Flame of Ancients, actually. It's even better. I think this game has a lot of, like, mythos around it that makes it very intimidating for people, and I think that a lot of that is overblown. Points in teaching? Maybe not a bad idea. I was thinking about just giving them, like, the basics, but... Or just give them all Flatterer and Comedian and stuff. Because I won't get your preferences, right? Doesn't really see the point of working hard, dreams of mastering a skill. Let's go with 2 teachers, and then you can be... Swimmer. You know, swimming might not be a bad thing to take, actually. Let's give you some student points. Some student points. And you can be comedian and flattering and counseling. This dwarf's just good at lying.
Happy partnerversary.
Rupert, thank you very much for the 3rd month. Welcome back. Appreciate you. It's weird because, like, my partner anniversary isn't today. It's tomorrow. But Twitch is all like, yeah, it's today. So I guess it's today. Because it was October 30th, 2018 that I got partnered. It's been a long time. Let's give 2 dwarves mining. No. Like, this Dwarf Fortress is a... Okay. Dwarf Fortress is an obtuse game, which makes it difficult to start, but the actual game itself is very easy because it's a sandbox, not like a game. It's not a game that's designed to kill you, which basically every game that claims to be inspired by Dwarf Fortress is. Dwarf Fortress is a game with a lot of depth, right? As long as you settle somewhere that is listed as calm or wilderness, you're totally fine. Most likely. Just don't settle somewhere untamed wilds or terrifying haunted or joyous wilds, and you'll be fine. Like, quite literally. Because then the game won't try and kill you. And then if you're really scared about the game trying to kill you, just turn off enemies, which you can just do in the difficulty settings. Like, Dwarf Fortress is a very contortable sandbox, and once you have some ideas on how to actually play the game, I would actually argue that this game is really easy. Which, it doesn't matter how much I say that, people will think I'm insane. So I think I'm going to... I think just embark with some stones. That or I could just bring sand. It would just give me a whole bunch of extra, but then I'd be making glass, which I don't necessarily want. Kind of thinking just a whole bunch of coal. Now let's just bring like up until I have 50 points left. Significantly cheaper than coke, yeah. I mean, coal, bituminous coal is 3 points. Coke is 10. Which is fuel to make stuff in your forges. Could just bring some extra ale. Yeah, why not? And then let's get rid of some of these and then just bring a bunch of extra thread. And what else can I bring? I got 2 points left. 2 extra wine. All right. That's it, chat. That's it. We are the fortress of Cloudthunder. It's time for me to update my stream title. YouTube should be updated. Let's update Twitch. And I can close this and that. Done. Cheers, Keyfry and Fraga. One turkey. I mean, I've got no animals set to bring right now. Do I need to bring a turkey? How much is a turkey? Have to find turkeys. 6 points. There we go. We've got a breeding pair of turkeys now. Happy to help, Kurt. Or curtains. I see what you're doing there. Well, to those of you on Twitch, it's time to strike the earth.
And you get a sub.
Thank you, Napalm, for the tier 2 and the 23 months. Welcome back. You have arrived after a journey from the mountain homes into the forbidding wilderness beyond. Your harsh trek has finally ended, and your party of 7 is to make an outpost for the glory of all Kavish Muzish. There is almost no supplies left, but with stout labor comes sustenance, whether by bolt, plow, or hook. Provide for your dwarves. You're expecting a supply caravan just before the winter entombs you. But it is spring now. No, it is not. It is late autumn, but whatever. It is late autumn now. Enough time to delve secure lodgings as the winter entombs you. Ere the cougars get hungry. A new chapter of Dwarven history begins here at this place. Luna Mud. Cloudthunder. I really like the name. Luna Mud. It actually like rolls off the tongue well. Cloudthunder. Strike the earth. And Curtains, thank you very much for the Prime subscription. Appreciate you. All right, so I've got 3 Dwarf to nameth. So let me just double check. I think it was 3. Yes, 3. So the first one be Keen Cook, who wanted a bearded dwarf. And they said mine, so I will presume they want this one. You want Aerith? That's Doran. Where's Aerith? I see an Arib. This one? Do you want Arib? Because there isn't an Aerith, but there is an Arib. This one. Yeah? Okay, cool. Works. Keen Cook here is utterly humorless and not readily moved by art or natural beauty. Is conflicted by this as she values artwork and its creation. She likes to brawl and she doesn't try to get things done perfectly. And she tries to keep her things orderly. She has a noticeable lack of perseverance, and she tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions. She tends to think before acting, and she is slow to anger. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at bad weather. Mind, hello, thank you very much for the 61st month. It's a goddamn long time, man. She dreams of crafting a masterwork someday and personally finds those that attempt to conceal their emotions vain and foolish. Finds those that deny their impulses somewhat stiff and finds blind honesty foolish. Values a harmonious existence. And likes pitch blende, copper, and pineapple opal. Me too. Pineapple opal are cool. The color violet, crossbows and bucklers, and buckets, and red-winged blackbird men for their coloration. And the sight of the Tenerbis veneration, and when possible prefers to consume nautilus, fisherberry wine, and one-humped camel's milk. And absolutely hates blood gnats. She obviously has 6 kindred spirits because she started with the first group, and she's a member of the Lace Communion of Berries. I don't know what that means. And she's nice years old. I think that's everything. She appears to be wearing a shirt, trousers, and some socks and shoes. And gloves. Next up here is Hayes. Hayes wants a bearded dwarf. Do you have any preference? If you're in chat, you have like 90 seconds to comply. And apparently I have to name Napalm. Chat, am I naming Napalm? Yes or no? She disdains my honesty. It's true. Okay, so Havoc wants a dwarf with beard. I will give Havoc this dwarf. Havoc. Green slings. Is very quick to anger. Has a very calm demeanor. Is a pessimist. Tends to... he is a pessimist and he tends to be a little... he tends to be a little... wasteful when working on projects, and he does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity. He is conflicted by this as he values artwork and its creation. He isn't particularly curious about the world, and he lives a fast-paced life. He generally acts impartially, is rarely moved to mercy, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. He likes working outdoors and grumbles only mildly at bad weather. He dreams of mastering a skill, and personally doesn't particularly value loyalty, and doesn't really see the point of working hard. And he likes Periclus, as well as bismuth bronze and pink tourmaline, clear glass and armadillo shell, and and scimitars, ooh, and cabochons, and quivers, and when possible prefers to consume cassowary and pig cheese and parsnip wine. Is a member of the Pristine Fellowship and worships a god known as Tabaco, I think the god of beauty. Next up here is Butch Cats, who wants a beardless dwarf. So they're getting this one. Butch Cats, also friend with everybody, and is a member of the Tacturn Communion. So they all worship the same god, but they're all in different religions for the same god. It's very slow to anger and tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects. Tends to hang on to grievances and isn't particularly curious about the world. Is quite ambitious and isn't given to flights of fancy. She does not go out of her way to help others and is quick to form negative views about things. She finds obligations confining, though she is conflicted by this for more than one reason, and she tends to make a small mess with her own possessions. And she does not often feel lustful, and she has a greedy streak, and she is not particularly interested in what others think of her. When she's nervous, she often clicks her tongue, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day. Likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at crappy weather. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally is disgusted by romance and values cunning and thinks friendship is important. Likes black bronze, onyx, and pecan wood, cave dragon tooth bucklers and jaguars for their spotted coats, and the words of the beige diamonds and the sight of the teal gem, and when possible prefers to consume parsnip wine and hates leeches. What's up, QQ? Oh, this one's the expedition leader. I was like, why are you the member twice? So this dwarf is the expedition leader, which is, of course, always a little bit fun. And likes bucklers, which means I wonder if she'll make a buckler artifact. I have to save the game. Once game saves, then I'm going to name Napalm Side Burps. That'll be Havoc. There will be Havoc. I mean, there already is a Havoc, I would say. How do the stop time mechanic in this game works if it have it? The stop time mechanic. You mean pausing? You press spacebar and it pauses? I'm not sure what else you could be referring to there. Napalm, Dwarf want you, what? Give name, please. Sourdough in general is amazing. We'll take Doran. Napalm, geared papers, is easily moved to mercy and is pleased by his own looks and accomplishments. He doesn't tend to hold on to grievances, and he enjoys the company of others. He isn't particularly curious about the world, and he has a noticeable lack of perseverance. He doesn't cling tightly to ideas, is open to changing his mind, and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. He tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass, and he always takes a deep breath whenever he's surprised. When he's thinking, he clicks his tongue repeatedly and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday and personally finds introspection to be a waste of time. He likes jet, gold and clear diamond, cherry wood and alligator tooth, and bracelets and cows for their hunting moose. Tickmen for their ability to expand and, when possible, prefers to consume sorghum beer and hates jumping spiders. You monster. You worship a different god, Tubal, and you're a member of the Bronze Coven. You're 57 years old, and you're a miner, as well as a other dwarf thing. Oh yeah, no, this game is designed to be paused constantly. So there's hippos and big hoss hippos. So there's normie hippos here, and then there's bigger hippos here. And I have a slight feeling some of them are about to go splat. Have all the dwarves gone? Well, I mean, there's none available to be claimed, but or the claiming thingy isn't up, but there's two left, 3 left. There's Doran, Bob, and Kickroast.
Crypt beer.
Oh, you wanted the other Doran. Too late, you're Doran. I can't re-Doran your Doran. But let's look at this map. Let's open up this tool real quick. We've got peat, got sandy clay, silty clay, sand, needlegrass, sandstone. What do we have over here? More sandstone. Kind of just looking for any exposed metals. Also trying to decide where I should start building. Man, okay, so I kind of want to just level this over here. Like this whole thing. Wouldn't that just be awesome looking if this was just flat all the way down to the bottom? That would be so hard to do, though, with Untamed Wilds. Because we just get wrecked by giant hippos is what would happen. Enjoy the angry wildlife, yeah. Because kind of what I'm thinking is it would be cool if we could take like a layer off the top here, maybe 1 layer off here, and then just enter the fort this way. I mean, that's silty clay, sandy clay, sandstone. Here's a giant hippo who disagrees. Yeah, I mean, aesthetically it would be awesome. Practicality-wise, eh. I'm just waiting for these ads to end. And then we introduce a nice giant dense floor at the bottom and on call the waterfall. Yeah, totally. Something like that. I'm just trying to figure out, like, because I feel like this is one of those embarks where it looks too cool to screw it up. So I'm thinking we have to do quite a bit of planning here. But I can't plan too much, because if I plan too much, we're just going to get wrecked by giant hippos and feel stupid. Which is fine. It's totally fine. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to hack down this tree. That's the first thing I'm going to do.
This looks like the map that I started Aquaways on, but mirrored horizontally.
So, like... Huh. Cage perimeter at ASAP? Well, what I'm thinking we do ASAP is I think we get underground ASAP. I think that's the first mode of importance. I think what I do is I build a little bridge across here. Just a little bridge. Nothing crazy. And then I'm going to chop off this. Chop off this. And maybe a bit of this one. And we will go horizontally into this wall. The dwarves are built. The dwarven fortress is going to be the cage. Also, how you doing, Sam? It's good to see you, mate. Out of just random curiosity, Sam, are you still like burnt out on dwarfs, or have you returned to the game at any point? Okay. I'm just going to go over here and disable fishing. It's not really a useful use of our time currently. That gives me tea wood logs. Let's go down to here and do this. Cheers, Danix. Yeah, pretty much. Once we've controlled the choke point. I mean, that's going to take a little bit, but just got to get that bridge built. The problem with building a bridge here is if animals appear on this side, they will come over. Oh, also something I said I was going to do, so I'm going to do it, is I'm going to go to here, and I'm going to go to difficulty, and I'm going to go to custom settings, and I'm just going to go to Cavern Dweller and just turn them off. I'm just going to turn off the Cavern Dwellers because I really like the way the caverns used to be. And doing that makes the caverns the way they used to be, which is you just get inundated with fucking like crundles and shit, which to me is way more entertaining. I much prefer the amusing nuisances with the occasional, oh god, forgotten beast, versus just constant annoyance. I mean, it didn't just get it, Alan. It's been out for a minute now. But yes. Rip your free time, I suppose. Looks like Napalm's getting to it. Increases cavern life. It doesn't increase it, but what the game does have is it has a cap for the number of different species variety per layer that can be on the map at any given time. It's a frame rate thing. So because of that, cavern invaders tend to be them plus a mount plus maybe another mount, which is usually the maximum number of animal variety you can have in a cavern at the time. So the result is you'll just have 50 cavern invaders wandering around stealth on a map, and then you'll never get any crundles or cave crawlers or cave dragons or other things. The way I feel like they should work is you should get a notification saying you've angered the caverns or something, and then you just get 1 or 2 waves of them, and then they don't show up for 5 years. That's really the way they should work, or something like that, because the current way they work is just a little silly, where it's just like an endless onslaught. But I wouldn't mind enabling them occasionally, but
Blind. Happy partner anniversary.
Cheers, him go fast.
Back, smiley face.
It's good to be back, man. 'Tis in fact good to be back. I really want to go down to the sandstone level, but I don't want to get cocky here. Because agitated giant hippo, V scary. They're what's considered to be gang groups. So no, they don't have a civilization. They're always just unnamed civilizations. They're a feature that exists purely because Zach and Tarn had cold feet around the time the Steam version was releasing, and they were worried that people would think Dwarf Fortress is too easy. So they decided to add in a threat, and it wasn't the most well thought out. And it's kind of sad, but it is what it is. You found the agitation overlay pretty useful? I can just kind of intuit how much agitation is left. Like, usefulness is, like, kind of irrelevant. Like, it doesn't matter if it's useful. It just feels cheaty to me using any of that stuff, so. Because that Doom build, essentially hollow out a mountain and build a big castle in it. I did that once ages ago. I can't remember the name of that fort. I just remember that fort because it started with me immediately getting attacked by... I think a stingray fell down the waterfall. Immediately getting attacked by an adventurer that just walked into my fort and tantrumed and killed my expedition leader. I will never forget that. It was like a successful assassination attempt. And then I'll go down one more here, and then that'll have us at sandstone. There is, in fact, sand in the Embark, yes. I'm just going to go up to here, and I'm just going to quickly make a stone worker shop. Go down to here and cut this out. I think that other is probably that fish that we just cut. Oh, right. All right, let's go here and say, actually, manager. Let's assign a manager. Any volunteers to be my manager? You're poor again? It happens. Him go fast. Holy shit. Same with you, Celesty. You were so ready to lose all your tickets, and you've doubled them. Congrats. You can manage this? All right. Which dwarf do you want, Claiborne? Also, do I have any mods lurking right now? Could I get a shout out for Claiborne, who's like quietly streaming while also like babbling in my chat? Which is always funny to me. Thob. Have you thob about this one much? C1 Iborn is wires, is very greedy and lacks confidence in his abilities, is prone to strong feelings of jealousy, and generally is unhindered by the thoughts of others concerning his actions. He does not easily hate or develop negative feelings and often feels lustful. He likes to brawl, and he has an active sense of humor. He is brave in the face of imminent danger, generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and tends to make a small mess with his own possessions. He occasionally overindulges and doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing his mind. He needs alcohol to get through the working day, and likes working outdoors, but only grumbles mildly at bad weather. He dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, personally finds fairness one of the highest ideals, despises cheating of any kind, and sees no value in holding back complaints and concealing emotions. And doesn't particularly value loyalty, and doesn't feel strongly about the law. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally likes platinum, lead, lapis lazuli, orange wood, and, of course, green glass, giant warthog leather, and giant warthog hoof, and the color scarlet. Figurines, in the words of the scribe of playing, and the sound of the fragrances of scintillating, if impossible, prefers to consume tomatillo, wine, and single grain wheat flour. And he absolutely hates flies. He has a long beard, which is neatly combed, and his sideburns are clean shaven. His very long mustache is neatly combed, and his hair is clean shaven. What? And his somewhat tall ears are have large hanging lobes, and his narrow chin. He has a narrow chin, and his lips are very thin. His hair is brown, his skin is peach, and his eyes are amethyst. His eyelashes are somewhat short. He worships the god of beauty, and is a member of the Fellowship of Pantomimes. And is now our manager. So pro tip, managers work at the very beginning without an office. So, you know, that's kind of neat. Can you make green salsa? No, I mean, you could probably make a tomatillo roast. But yes, tomatillos do in fact exist in Dwarfort. I love how for every food stuff that exists in Dwarfort that makes sense that it exists in Dwarfort, there's like 3 that should exist that don't. Okay, so I'll probably... Once that first block is done, which it's now done. Yeah, we'll just start with this. What, a tomatillo? Do you not know what a tomatillo is? How do they work? What do you mean? When do they stop? I mean, if you sign something, if you set up a manager, they just like pause for a second and then the work order is issued. They don't need the office until you have 20 dwarves. I really like the color of like sandstone bridges. They just look so nice. Now the big question. How much of this do I hollow out? That's an aquifer over there. Why, thank you, I are stupid. How are you, my friend? Basically, I'm thinking like this. So just go down a layer, down a layer, down a layer, using ramps, and then start digging down there, basically, unless I hit an aquifer. So instead, let's do this. You still don't end up appointing one until it's closer to mayor. Yeah, you don't really need them until you're there. I don't care, Oldemar. Someone's trying to correct my pronunciation, and you know what? That's fine. You can. I won't listen. Let's do rock door, rock table, rock throne, and rock block. We'll deconstruct this. And I will construct one down here. Rock lobster, naturally, yes. Figurine of a rock lobster. And we'll bring another one in right here. Actually, find the manager very useful in the early game. Automating this still helps. Oh yeah, no, totally. I mean, like it's quite the advantage in the early game, if you will. Okay, so you're just right there. Did I not just queue one of these up? Oh, it must have been canceled when that got deconstructed. Must have happened there. All right, let's go a little further this way. One of those bottomless mugs, just one of those. Hopefully it works well for you. The vile force of mugness. Not to be confused with the vile force of mugginess, which is just living in the tropics. Nobody wants to live in a vile force of mugginess. You find it too easy to overwork your dwarves? Word! Although I find that with the same without having a manager in the early game. It's just very easy to overwork your dwarves in the early game. Although I'm not automating anything, I just used it to queue up 10 of each thing so that we can get, like, some material stuff going. Like, I'm going to plop another one down here in a second. And just largely use this as a way to get the dwarves that are not mining doing other things. Because I think that this will help quite a bit in the early game. You know, actually, let's get rid of that corner. Sounds like a good reason to go lie down. Pass down. You have a good nap. Or snooze, or whatever you end up doing. Vile force of smugness? Can't speak to it. I don't know. Is that just Twitch chat in general? So I think this will be the layer we build on. You're not smug, you're just bitter. Smugness is a Reddit thing? Is it? I thought it was just a human emotion. Ah. That was my concern. So I could actually just build on this layer. And I think that's what we're going to do. Actually, I could just let this fill up with water. It wouldn't be a bad water source. Sometimes you have to remind yourself that it's normal. I mean, I literally just got back from a vacation. So, like, you know, it doesn't matter what you do for a living. Humans need breaks. And dwarves have kind of human tendencies sometimes. Smoothing the wall stops the water, yeah. I'm just debating on it, because, like... I'm going to use this as a water source. But I will just try to get these boulders out of here quick. You're taking a break from studying right now? Yeah, there you go. See? Breaks are good. Ow. Haven't worn these headphones in a while. My ear's hurting. Boulders are in fact a expensive sign of wealth in the early game, yes. Ooh. Now we just need to get these hauled out of here. This is largely aquifer already, so that'll just fill up. And it'll be our water source. Or is it just part of the map? It looks like it's just part of the map because there's an aquifer over here too. I mean, it's going to vary in depth. I can't tell you until I've explored it all, so it's hard to say right now. Bet you all the dwarves are sleeping. Nope, they're just all making rock blocks. Need my miners to just do mining right now. Yeah, that's one of those things where you won't know until you explore more. So we won't know until we explore more. And also, let's go here and make a mechanics workshop. And we'll make this into a well. This might be the earliest well I've had in a minute. Rock mechanisms, and we'll just say do 5. Brakes are fantastic. Brain for the brain head compartment long term. Well, one of my favorite things is like how humans are not biologically designed to work the amount that we do. In regards to manager in the early game, if I follow Claiborne right now, he's going to finish making these rock blocks after he's done being annoyed after having a drink. Then he's going to go make a rock door. And if I click on this, he's already queued it up somewhere in between. So the task has already been completed. So this is now queued up. Also just going to make a traction bench, so I don't need to think about it later. Actually, let's just queue up another mechanism, pump it up one, and then do a traction bench. Do you have to assign where the dwarves drink water, or do they just get it from the closest source? Dwarves shouldn't be drinking water. Dwarves need water to clean wounds in a hospital. Dwarves drinking water is a net negative for your dwarves. So you don't want your dwarves to be drinking water. It's kind of that simple. Let's follow our expedition leader here for a little bit. Currently drinking booze. Is a dabbling fisher dwarf, eh? Is annoyed after having a drink without using a goblet, cup, or mug. Should probably clear that up as an issue, actually. Dwarves are already pretty busy. Sometimes paying you to watch games that are heavily centered on working, but some are so beautiful, it's so interesting. It's sometimes paying me to play games which are heavily centered on working. What do you mean by heavily centered on working? Okay, we now have our first well. Let's go up to here and just say rock mug. We'll just make 2. Okay, I do not need many. So that'll be queued up for that. Also need to do some more digging. And this is filling up pretty quickly. Nice. Well is now operational. It's time for you to depart to class. Cheers. You have your Dwarf, Havoc. Your Dwarf be, where? This one. You're currently sleeping. Green Slings is your last name. You want to admire art and be with family, and pray to your god. You're in love with Keen Cook, apparently, which is adorable, which was quick. You feel love remembering a new romance. I think that literally just happened. But, yeah, welcome to the fort. We are going to run out of dwarves, probably because it's going to be a while until we get our first migrant wave because it's early autumn. Cheers, Rednass. It's good to see you, mate. Can dwarves make alcohol out of agave? I don't even know if they can. These boulders are getting cleaned up the second they're appearing, which is always kind of impressive. Rock mug is getting made. And I'm going to make our first meeting zone. This first meeting zone is going to be a weaponsmith's guild. Because this is how this entire fort is going to work. The power of fierceness. The power of metal. The power of metal. And it's going to be for citizens only. Currently it has no known value, but it's a meeting zone, so they'll go there. Even though the guild isn't established yet. So that's their socializing spot now. Although I'm going to move it very quickly. It's not going to stay there. Also going to jump up to here. And I'm going to go right here. And I'm going to make a pen pasture for the livestock I have. So we're going to put the turkey, the camels. I mean, if there is, it wouldn't be called tequila. I know that there's like cactus wine, but it's not agave. I know agave exists. Should also go to make a carpenter shop. I'm just going to say make bed. Yeah, distilled liquors are a thing. I mean, Dwarven rum is what? Sweet pods? I think. Because they can make like rum and other various heavy alcohols. Also, most alcohol in Dwarf Fortress is actually like a really high percentage, which is why you get alcohol poisoning so freaking quickly in adventure mode. Proud after teaching weaponsmithing, it begins. Leading weaponsmithing demonstrations. So, when dwarves go into a strange mood, they use their highest skill that works out of a workshop for that mood. So if they're like a master cook, they won't use the cook thing. They'll use whatever is their nearest skill below it. So the goal for this fort is to make every single dwarf into a weaponsmith. Because the only weapons I'm allowed to use are going to be artifacts. I also need to find metal, which we haven't found yet. So we need to do that. Yes, an early guild to, well, not force necessarily. Force makes it sound way more serial than it is, but it's an early guild to encourage, shall we say, artifact weapons. I think an ad is about to pop, so I'm just going to hold off for a moment until the ad pops. But we have that, and that's set to make beds. What I need is a stockpile. We need to get stuff stored in here. So I'm thinking I'm just going to tell them to dig out most of, just a huge chunk of this thing. Maybe not a huge chunk, but like a healthy chunk of it. Maybe to like around here. Since we're in that ad break now, I can just like go through and queue all this up. Oasis, hello, and thank you. Your last 3 ex-neighbors in these flats were dirty bastards. All 3 left rubbish bins in your space. Oh, that sucks. I would say throw a keyboard at them and then they can have a space bar, but... You haven't tuned in a while, but very delightful to see you making content for one of the most intriguing games to date. When was the last time you tuned in? I seem to recall your name. Yeah, a little under a year ago. Or a little over a year ago. All right, well, fair. It's good to see you again. Oh, statue sounds. I mean, there's worse things you could get ads for. I have no control over what the ads are, so your username checks out, I think. Did this Embark have iron and copper? I want to say it was iron, silver, and gold. But I'll be completely honest with you, I can't remember. We'll figure it out. And also there's flux and glass. I think there's somewhere metals over there. No, okay. So the metals that were surface were on the other side that I didn't settle on. It's like further up this way. So. But we have to get further down to find out. This is Navy and Army. Good to know they're wasting their money then. Because it looks pretty. Like, Dwarf Fortress is one of those games, Francis, which is basically fashion in the endgame. If you play enough Dwarf Fortress, it just turns into a game about making shit that you think looks cool. So the vast majority of the things that I do for visuals in this game is purely for one reason and one reason only. It looks cool. And that's going to be my response to a lot of that sort of stuff. It's just like, well, why are you doing this thing? It looks cool. And that's about where my reasoning there ends. Aquifer water is clean, yes. Although, I'll be honest with you, 90% of the time, my wells are not clean. I still have the giant slug Wikipedia page open. You should learn to utilize aquifers more. Aquifers are not difficult to utilize. It's just a matter of being cautious, I'll say. Because if you overthink or overbuild aquifers, you'll regret it, is usually the kind of the pro tip there. I'm just going to nuke that because I don't need those 2. I just need the 1. Making blocks. And then we can get a storage unit down here and just start bringing everything down. Although I should probably actually just do this. Probably actually should just do this. I'm just going to chuck some tables and chairs into that and make a little dining hall and connect it to this so that they have somewhere to eat and drink. And we're also going to need more food pretty soon here. So I'm thinking what I'll do is I'll build a little circular room and just start digging straight down and just try and find the first cavern there. Once this is all dug out. Maybe we'll dig around here. Because this map is pretty deep. We're going to need to go deep, most likely. All right, let's go. Table, 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 table. That'll be plenty. Let's do one there. And this. And then you, whoopsies, are going to be connected to the power of metal. So they can socialize there too. And also now they'll have a place to eat and drink. Oh yeah, no, light aquifers are perfectly sustainable for the vast majority of tasks. Can actually just like get rid of this zone too. So these dwarves over here are all just becoming proficient metalsmiths. Which is an excellent use of my time. And I think I'm going to go up to here and just do a line of flooring. And then I think I'm just going to put a drawbridge over this. I'm trying to decide where I should put my front door, basically. You know, actually, let's just do it this way. We'll just put it right there. Put one more brick right there, and then we'll just put the front door right there for right now. And you're struggling with ramps? Dwarf Fortress is like anything, you know, practice will make things easier with time. Like eventually you'll just get your dwarf legs, and once you get your dwarf legs, things just get a lot easier. But which part of ramps are you struggling with, friend? I think ramps are maybe one of the more visually confusing things in the game, but... And I may move this lever down the line, but I will put a lever right there, which is going to close this. Link lever to this. Link lever to that, because I missed with my clicking. I can now deconstruct this. I can now deconstruct this. And then it seems that Claiborne is doing all the connecting here. Who needs a meager study? We'll get you one. Visual part makes it difficult for you. That's something that just comes with time, right? Like, ramps make perfect sense to me because I've played an ungodly amount of this game, right? But it's something that you'll learn as time goes on, I guess. I know that's maybe not like a one-to-one solution there for you, but it is something that comes with time. Very much so. Yeah, I mean, the up and down arrows I find somewhat helpful. You can just click this button right here or hit R on the keyboard. But I actually find they make it more confusing for me. But hey, if it works for you, then use it. Okay, so we've got that one up there running. This one down here is getting closed off. You're satisfied on weaponsmithing. Everybody's remembering work. You slept in the grass. You need to get these dwarves beds. We're just going to put a bunch of ramps up there. I will say that there's a lot of stuff that confuses people about ramps. It's just kind of hard to look at for me. Like, for me, ramps are pretty straightforward and have never not been pretty straightforward. Like, they've always just kind of been relatively straightforward. So I never really understand the confusion people have with them. And when I see people getting confused about how ramps work, it's like, it's almost hard for me to explain it because I've just been using them for so long. Like, I do actually wish that it was something I not needed to explain more often. That's not the right term to use here, but I do wish it was something that I had to think about more because then it would probably be easier for me to explain it to people. Let's just go up to sand there. And then we can go down as well. And then we can just start digging. Although I'm going to wait until we have... I'm going to wait until we have a little bit more stuff set up before we start digging. I want to have a wall around this with a door connected. And that's why I'm placing this floor. It's kind of like my stencil, if you will. Because this is going to be our vertical tunnel. So I can place a door right here. And in a moment, I can place a door right there. With your fort's got 14 dwarves with no migrants for 4 years, and then suddenly up to 54 with 16 children. Sounds like some really weird timing going on there. I wonder what happened. Fascinating. Must have been like you must have had really bad relations with your faction for some reason, because that can slow down your migration quite considerably. I want them to just do this area first so that we can finish building this. Yeah, also trading is what causes migrants, because that's what gets the economy going, and you having a known economy is what attracts migrants. So if you're not trading with anybody, then... or like skipping trading, or if they get killed before they make it onto the map, that can very much stop you from getting migrants altogether. All right, so now we can just start digging down. Maybe not that deep. Let's go down to layer 30. Cheers for the 22nd month. Gotta stop. And we already hit that aquifer. Well, this won't be too hard. Didn't come to trade for the past 8 years? Yeah, so there's some sort of crazy wars going on, probably. Did they come to trade with you the first year? Yeah, there's probably like some sort of army in between you and them. That's just killing them before they can like actually get there, is likely what's happening. Oh, is that literally it? I think it's only 1 layer deep, Chad. Yep, it's only a 1 layer deep. Hey, look, we found Kesserite. Well, ain't that lovely? The aquifer only being 1 layer deep. Watch it be like another layer deep, and I'm going to get hit a second time in a second and be upset. Is there a way to turn off aquifers in World Gen? You don't need a mod for that, fishy poos. When you're generating a world, literally just go to aquifer, none. Although I will state this. For the umptillionth time, it is worth learning how aquifers work. Because they will save your ass. They also are the thing that make extremely inhospitable biomes playable. So... nobody ever believes me and nobody listens to me, but trust me, you want to play on an aquifer. He says trust me, knowing that nobody trusts him. Happy Blarg Day? What's Blarg Day? We got magnetite. My friends, we got magnetite and siltstone and more magnetite. How I learned to love the aquifer? You want to know how I learned to love the aquifer? When I first started playing Dwarf Fortress, there was only one type of aquifer. Heavy aquifers. And there wasn't enough mod support to be able to remove them. And Advanced World Generation wasn't big enough to be able to remove them. So you had to deal with all heavy aquifers. Everywhere. Right? So you played with aquifers on. So you learned how to get through them. Then when they nerfed them into Oblivion in version 47? Or was it 44? I can't remember. But when they nerfed them into Oblivion, so there was light aquifers and heavy aquifers, they're a non-issue. They're just useful. So... excellent. That's what I was looking for. Enjoy the suspense, chat. I'm about to go get my lunch. Please discuss amongst yourselves and keep one another entertained. Streamer will be back in under 2 minutes, most likely. But I was in this bad habit of not eating my lunch for a while, so I'm going to go eat my lunch. Yeah, because almost a year ago, Quentin, in YouTube chat, they changed how line of sight code works, making the X-shaped stairs completely pointless for frame rate gain. Anyway, I will be back in a moment.
Over here, he has a sword.
This is my favorite roguelike on the Citadel.
Sandwich! Cheese for everyone! You fucking donkey!
No! No!
It's a unit system. I know this.
Let's take a look at what these caverns look like. Well, that's convenient. Oh my god. I'm sorry, how deep is this? Is that 30 Z levels? Wow. So it goes from layer 14 down to layer 66. Huh. This is a big pit. Although, looking at this, this looks like a volcano chute. What kind of mushroom trees are down at the bottom? If any. None that I can see yet. This might be the middle one, but I doubt it. So we got tetrahedrite. What else do we have? We got granite. Schist, quartzite. There's quartzite. Lots of good colors. Fellite. Cobaltite, gabbro. I think I'm just going to dig them quite a bit further down. I think we're going to go... Oh, wow, I can just construct stairs down through there. It's actually pretty cool. Let's just go all the way down to here. Then when we hit here, I'm just going to start constructing stairs down. Slowly, one couple layers at a time. What causes animals like wild boar to be attracted to your animals, which then makes them scatter? You pen your animals up, but it's annoying early game? Well, you're clearly not penning them up if they can scatter. And your livestock are just easily startled, right? Is the easy way of putting it. So you need to stop them from being able to see wild animals, because wild animals will cause them to spook. This is very normal, Stormbringer. So is that. The variations in Dwarf Fortress are crazy. If anything, your lowest elevation being 10 is weird. Because that means you're very high above sea level. 0 is sea level. You just found a cavern layer just a few minutes ago. It was 17 Z levels deep, and you thought that was big. I saw one that was 120 Z levels deep once, and it freaked me out a little bit. Let's follow Napalm down. Yeah, it was once a flooded cavern. Okay, so I've even found some star sap. Ooh, we must have found a fun box. Where's that? Red diamond. That's always fun. There's also some elk birds. Do we have any cave creatures? Actually, what is on the map right now? It's just giant parakeets. I wonder what happened to all of those. So I'm going to do a DFAC thing real quick. There's a plump helmet man on the map. Exterminate giant parakeet. Fixing an issue. And just 2 more immediately appear. All right. And goes down to 120. Yeah, no, I mean, it varies a lot, right? Like, Cadranos, I have a sandwich, which I'm eating. Let me know which dwarf you want. We'll name after I'm done eating. Also, yes, it's on, to answer your question. What, where they get stuck working title? Yeah. Bird pathing is weird. It's especially weird with giant birds. You kind of just have to kill them. Doran? Okay. Sorry, just trying to finish the sandwich. I think maybe the weirdest embark I ever had was an ocean embark that started at 0, and the magma sea was at layer 30. So it was like immediately the first cavern layer, like 3 or 4 layers down. Immediately the second cavern layer, maybe 2 or 3 below that. And then immediately the third one, maybe 2 or 3 below that. And then immediately the magma sea. It was very fun because I could cave stuff in really easily and just make it fall into lava immediately. I mean, sea water lungs is example A of me doing that. Well, actually, that was me pumping the lava sea underneath the ocean to melt it because it was frozen year round so that I could get giant crabs to show up on the map. Negative 30, yeah, not 30. Minus 30. There is a good mod. See, here's the thing. Everybody's just like, here's all these mods. It's like, no, I want giant birds on my map, mate. I just don't want them to get broken, so I'll just bop them with the F-hack occasionally when they get messed up. Not everything needs to be fixed with mods. Eliminating a problem isn't necessarily fixing a problem. It's just simply eliminating your variety. I'd rather have the variety, thanks. This fort is going to be making artifact weapons because that's the only thing I'm allowed to fight with. And Cloudthunder just sounded cool. We're going to be making sounds as if it was thunder with our hammers as we forge our artifact weapons. They're stuck. Their pathing's borked. Do you always kill them when they show up? No, because they don't always get borked. I find they get borked with their initial spawn, and then after that, they don't. We had this happen in the last fort. And the last fort was getting dive bombed by giant birds very quickly. That's not possible, Volokov. You can pour water into hell, but it won't drown the demons because 1, demons can't drown. 2, they can't burn, so don't work with lava. And 3, hell is just like any other layer. It's like the surface, so stuff will just drain off the edge. And also through the weird portals. So 1, you can't drown demons. 2, you can't flood hell. I mean, you can, but it won't do anything. All right, so this dwarf, Kedranos, has an overinflated sense of self-worth and is prone to strong feelings of jealousy, presents himself modestly, frowns on any flashy accoutrements, and accepts favors without developing a sense of obligation, preferring to act as the current situation demands. He is slow to trust others, prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible, tries to do things correctly each time, and needs alcohol to get through the working day, and likes working outdoors but only grumbles mildly at bad weather. Personally holds shrewd and crafty individuals with the lowest esteem and believes it is important to conceal emotions and refrain from complaining. And he values tradition. He dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. And he likes Kesserite as well as steel and pineapple opal, giant walrus leather and the color dark peach, gems, thrones, buckets, and albatross men for their large wings, and the sound of the gem of silver when possible prefers to consume lungfish and artichoke wine, and hates and spelt flower, and hates bark scorpions. Doesn't have a lover, just some friends, and is a member of the Order of Sisters, which is his religion. Worships the god of beauty, and has an axe, is a novice carpenter, and a proficient weaponsmith. So I'm gonna... We're just gonna do this. And also let them keep digging down as well. Was that fire clay? I saw peat. I didn't see fire clay. Peat's almost the same color. Yeah, this is peat, not fire clay. And then sandy clay. We do have sand, though. So, sorry to disappoint, but no fire clay. Just peat. Nobody likes peat. Panger Ban the White. Thank you very much for the big pile of gift subs. Appreciate you. Wow. Chat, can I get a big round of beers for the 20 gift subs? That is a lot of subscriptions. What happened to that chair? Got insta-gibbed by a ghost. I'm not joking. Literally insta-gibbed by a ghost. But thank you very much for the pile of gifts. Literally insta-booed.
14 season.
Insta-booed! Just sounds funny. Thank you very much for the 14th month, Kid Ranos. That or we got insta-Caspered? I don't know. Casper could work, although they weren't very Casper-like. They were more like murderous evilness. Murderous evilness. It's the best English I've had all day. Okay, so these dwarves are down here just, you know, socializing, as they do. And then all the way down into here, have we gone as far down as we can? Yes, we have. So I'm going to go to right here. It'll be fine. We can slowly build off of this. It's weird making a staircase like this. Like, just building downwards like this. Because I don't normally end up in situations where I even need to do this. But it's kind of cool. How many child sidekicks has that spooper which were never seen in later series? I have no idea what you're talking about. Is this a Casper thing? Because I've seen one Casper movie and that's it. For clarity here. I have almost no actual knowledge of Casper, the friendly ghost. I saw one movie when I was younger and it was kind of a formative memory and that's about it. Also, let's see what other animals have wandered onto the map. Vultures, who are flying around as they should be. Excellent. Also, they appear to have stolen my food. Well, that sucks. What I really need to do is just make a everything stockpile down here, and we'll figure it out later. All except for stone. And yeah, I'll allow wood. And maybe no blocks. Bars or blocks. Because now everybody's going to be bringing stuff to stockpile, like right now, after they're done constructing stuff. Sand, yes. Clay, no. But neither of those are priorities because if you type an exclamation point goal, it'll make sense maybe why those are not priorities. The reason they're not priorities is I don't want to be training mutable skills that are not weaponsmithing until I have a good supply of artifacts. Because simply put, this entire fortress is only allowed to use weapons that are artifacts. So it doesn't have any clay that I've seen yet, but it does have sand. I might do something with that later, but that's not the priority. Right now, the priority is weapons. And apparently food, because I'm kind of out of it. But that's okay. There's plenty of stuff on the surface that we can gather. There's even a pineapple. Look at that. But it's not harvestable right now. Well, that's unfortunate. And barley. Lovely. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Cheers, Arch. It's weird because my partner anniversary is tomorrow. Even in like the event scheduling thing, it says it's tomorrow. I don't think there's any sponge men on the map, so there is a giant sponge. Maybe he lives in a pineapple under the sea. Although it's more like lives in a pineapple in the stream. It's already tomorrow today. I'm not positive that's how that works, but it's okay, Sean. And yourself. Speaking of exciting things, next week on the 5th is a terrifying day for the planet. But also, I get to be on front page of Twitch. So just a heads up to the YouTube folks, I'm probably not going to stream on YouTube that day. Just because I want like to have full focus. Because I'm going to be on the front page of Twitch for like 8 hours. It's like 8 to 4, I think. So we won't be streaming Dwarfs that day, but I will be doing kind of a grab bag of indie stuff. So just a heads up. Actually, I think it's about now o'clock when I actually got the email. I think it was like 1:30 p.m. or something on the 30th of October, 5 years ago. Just had like a pile of like Twitch staff just barge into my chat and start posting kappas. Actually, no, it was PR Chase was what they started posting, which was kind of funny because like I recognized half of them, like I knew them, and TwitchCon had ended like the day before. So it was my first stream back from TwitchCon that I got partnered. And I spent the entirety of that TwitchCon explaining to people, no, I know I'm not partnered yet. Yeah, I know I should be, but I'm not. And it was kind of awful. Because I want to know what my dwarves are doing, and I only have 7 of them. I don't need a huge zone because I don't need a huge amount of food. So there's no reason to designate a huge zone right now because I don't have enough dwarves. Maybe if I had like 40 and I was trying to survive that way, but I don't, and I'm not. All right, let's pause again. Where do I want to farm? I think we'll farm in the peat. That looks kind of terrible. Let's do something like this. I got a question for you. Your 3-year-old son, he made your and you know, this into the movies, TV, and you were planning on making your 3-week baby to be Glenn, but your wife refuses as she thinks it would be racist. I have no idea even what these characters are. It is Untamed Wilds Tropical Savannah, correct? And we've got various different giant birds flying in and out. There was giant hippos here earlier, who hopefully I'm going to catch. Although these vultures keep stealing my stuff, which is annoying. Also for flux, we have dolomite. I think the key to it not being racist is don't, like, paint your face a different color. That's the key. That's the key there. As long as you're not doing that, you're probably fine. I don't know. I don't generally think that hard about costumes, to be honest with you. But I'm pretty sure that's, like, the deciding factor there is just don't accidentally do yourself a blackface and you're good. Your 5-year-old has to be a dwarf this year? Hell yeah. Does your 5-year-old have a fake beard and a giant battle axe? It's normal. I mean, I don't know. I was a fireman as a little kid, and then I was a samurai one year, and then I was a ninja several years. I was the stick bug from Bug's Life once. I don't think there's any photos of me wearing that thing, but it included a lot of Kellogg's cereal boxes. On the bright side, we still have plenty of booze. We're just kind of short on the food stuff, but doing a little better now. You did Chucky last year? Good stuff. I'm a fan. Okay, so I just need to get coal. I need to get the coal out of there. Yeah, these dwarves are pretty severely overworked, so I'm just going to try not to worry about it too much for a little bit. So it's mostly for photos. Halloween is my, like I've said many times, my favorite fake holiday. It's the best of the Hallmark holidays. You were a demon? Yeah, a demon's pretty generic. Oh, I was Scream one year. Like, just the Scream mask with a black cloak. I was also a ghost twice. You can kind of tell what I dressed up as for Halloween depending on how broke my family was. The years I was a ghost, we had shit all. We had nothing. Same with Ninja, because it was literally just I wear my mom's turtleneck and a toque and have a plastic sword. Damn right. The Irish have good taste. All right, so that's done. You get to do crafts without being a child? What? This is like saying that you get to play with Lego without being a child. You get to do crafts whenever you want as an adult. That is the main perk of being an adult is getting to have whatever hobby you want. And if that's doing arts and crafts, fucking live your life, man. How are things today? I'm all right. I've got a little bit of a sore throat, which is a little bit concerning. But doing all right, aside from that. It's kind of been like intermittent today. Right now it's kind of noticeable and scratchy, but it was gone like an hour ago. I should just drink some water, make it go away again. I did sneak off at one point earlier today and do a COVID test. It was one of the breaks I took, and it's negative, so shrug. Let's just get rid of seeds from this. So they should move the seeds up to there. Rock nuts, excellent. Just the thing I need. Cave wheat. Big deal. All right, so we should be okay, aside from the fact that we're rapidly running out of food. Okay, where does this aquifer begin on this side? It's right there, and then 2 layers down is clear. I've got an idea. That can make this look really cool. So what I'm thinking is bedrooms will be up this layer, like right here, because this goes up one. So bedrooms could be up here, or maybe I can make a different entryway because this might be a little danger. I don't know, how bad could it really be? But like this could be the layer that bedrooms are in, and I'm thinking I channel around the outside of them so that they can like see down a layer. I think that could look really cool. So like a bedroom could be like and then entryways and then just something like this, maybe? At least for the first 7. Because that would be, what, 4? So 5, 6. 7? I don't think there's such a thing as age-appropriate crafts. Although, I would say that age-appropriate crafts for grown-ups is like basically just Warhammer, which is maybe worse than non-age-appropriate crafts, because that's a very dangerous addiction. Kind of, okay. Kind of am changing my mind on this a little bit. I think I'll just dig out the areas first, and then I'll dig trenches later. That'll make my life a lot easier here. Yeah, we'll just do it this way. You know, I've had to give up Lego, and it's not because of my age. I've had to give up Lego because I live in a very small apartment. I don't really have any space for my Lego. One day I'll take it from my parents, but they like coyly suggest every couple months, hey, you know, there's just like a giant container full of Lego in our attic. Like, do you want to like come get that at some point? I'm always like, yeah, totally. I'll definitely do that. And then I never do it because like, where the hell am I going to put it? See, a psych understands. You gets it. Is not giving your hypothetical child robotics kit to play with, and that's a grown-up toy for you only. No, totally. I mean, I would say a lot of, like, especially those types of, like, hobby things are very much not kid toys. Very much not kid toys. Like, I was playing with, like, these robotics kits, when I was younger, and my dad had more fun with them than I did. And I can tell you that for a fact because he has a career in robotics and automation now, and partially credits me for it because I was a teenage boy who was obsessed with robots, like every normal teenage boy. So then my dad started making robots as a pastime hobby thing for me, and he really enjoyed it. So now he works in robotics. It's funny how that works, eh? Although I would almost say that Lego has aged with its audience to the point where Lego is just an adult toy now. It's not really a kid's toy at all. I kind of want to just do fruits, but let's just do a bunch more of these. I'm also going to need a trading depot. Well, I mean, my dad was he worked in manufacturing already, but he needed to change careers because jobs ceased existing. Quick save. Yeah, I don't know. When I was little, the way I played with Lego and the way I got new Lego wasn't how do I explain this? Wasn't a matter of buying kits, per se. It was, we would buy these tubs that would come with 2 or 3 base plates, and it was just random colored bricks in various sizes. I don't even think they do that anymore. Darren, what up? Car boot sales? Those don't really exist here. Also, sell Lego cheap? What planet do you live in? It's a different one than I do. Lego is never cheap. Lego is one of those things that holds its value to the point where people will buy Lego kits and not open them so that they can resell them for more later. Lego's kind of wild in that way. It's good to be back, perennially curious. Although I managed to dodge sickness the entirety of my vacation, and now, my first day streaming back, and I suddenly feel like I'm getting a sore throat, and I'm now worried. So we'll see. Streamer might disappear again. Here's hoping me don't. All right, we're doing okay for food now. That's better. 10 food for 7 dwarfs is much better. I am going to need to sell something, though. You should have baled more hay. You sold your Lego to buy a computer? I don't know if I would call that a bad thing, but... wood furnace. Let's just make 1 piece of charcoal. And a smelter. So I can just start making coal. And then let's go up here and start plopping bricks down. Only going to need 7 beds, so it's not so bad. That is true. Yeah, no, they used to be a lot simpler. I mean, Lego Technics was kind of a pretty dramatic shift. It's also the fact that, like, I guess Technics and I guess by extension or by association, Bionicles is supposedly what saved the Lego company. Like, they were having hard times and Bionicle kind of saved them, which is kind of wild to think about. Although I'm not sure which toy company is more abusing of their audience, Lego or Games Workshop. I do think that they're kind of like two sides of the same coin, though. In a lot of ways. Games Workshop, hands down. I don't know, man. I don't know. But then again, I've got more experience with Legos, so. I have almost no experience with Games Workshop. All right, so that's bedroom number 1. Bedroom number 2. And bedroom number 3. Couldn't see the block I was looking for, and then clicked the wrong one. There it is. Games Workshop. They make Warhammer. My older sister had a shit ton of Playmobil. Like, growing up, that was my older sister's toy, was Playmobil. I had Lego, she had Playmobil. I actually think like Playmobil was pretty cool, actually. It was pretty readily available in like the more boutique-y toy shops out here. It wasn't cheap, but my grandmother bought my older sister quite a bit of Playmobil. And we did love it at the time. Okay, so we've cleared the first handful. Let's just do rock blocks of sandstone. Also, an ad's coming in 50 seconds. Cheers, Jay the Eternal. Appreciate you. Once you had a fort where a child was the first strange mood to casually make a voracious cave crawler bone crossbow, and then the goblins came and killed everyone. Sounds fun. Let's also get these smoothed on a lower priority. Okay, not the floors there. Don't need to worry about that.
Still living that VOD life. Just finished Subtle Ascribe and started watching Applebottom.
Subtle Ascribe?
The good Dwarfen, Blind, Crypt Rock.
Cheers. I'm glad you found Applebottom. I see your comments, by the way. I don't really respond to them that much, but I do see them. And thank you very much for the 10th month. Welcome back. A few hours ago? That's kind of neat. I'm kind of waiting till about a week before release. Then we'll start grinding that. Linux Mint. But this isn't a Linux channel, so it doesn't really matter. It's just an OS. Terry. Blue. In the YouTube chat. At one point I was like 5 weeks out. It's the 5th of December. Assuming I read the thing right when I looked at it not too long ago. Good for you, Bastet. Oi. And it's like almost November. Yeah, it's like a month away, basically. Basically, like last week in November, we'll do some cutting. I don't know how I'm going to stream it, though. It's going to be interesting. It's going to be an interesting kind of situation to be like, okay, so how am I going to actually play this? And then a bed right there. We are getting there. Just need one more bedroom. Just one more bedroom. Any more animals? I haven't really been looking. Just a giant parakeet and a vulture and a giant sponge. There's probably a bunch of stuff in that cavern layer that I can't see. Also, we're in an ad break. I should pause. I haven't started Havoc because I've been on vacation. Like, everybody's just like, will it be out by Halloween? I'm like, fuck no. Because I was on vacation. Like, I literally didn't turn my computer on for 10 days. So, it isn't. I've saved a project file. That's it. It wouldn't have been much of a vacation if I got back and immediately just started grinding. No, it's all good. Maybe 3 weeks. Something like that. Because I've got activities that I have to do this weekend, as well as a bunch of appointments this week. So it's likely the Ghost Fort video won't be out until like late November. Mid-November at the earliest. They've raised the price of CUD every single major version since the beginning, I think. Like, CUD is one of those games that just consistently gets price increases. Like, I bought CUD for $9. $9.99. Canadian. It was like $8.99 when it first launched. And they've just slowly raised the prices as the content has gotten more and more dense. Does anybody remember when Planetary Annihilation launched on Steam in early access with like a $200 early access price tag? Because they were just like, we only want you to buy this if you're dedicated to learning it, and then nobody bought it because it was ridiculously expensive. And then nobody played it beyond that point. I remember seeing like hard copies of that game. What are you doing, Claiborne? It was near my very own Find Door. Claiborne's like short-circuiting. Poor dwarf. Clearly he was near his own Find Door, though. All right, well, I kind of need a bookkeeper, but I don't really want to go making offices until I need to. I also kind of need a brewery, but I don't really have anywhere to put it, so I'll just chuck one down here and just tell them to brew some stuff. He's just standing there and admiring his door, pretty much, yeah. Seems to be the truth. Let's brew some alcohols. We got a whip vine. We're gonna make some whip wine out of that whip vine. Okay, so I've made that charcoal. This right here, we're just gonna start making coke from bituminous coal. And I'm going to make a whole stockpile. Except this here is going to have no wheelbarrows. And this here is. So here's hoping they start just running that over. It's asking for pirating. It was a weird time because, like, early access wasn't really a thing back then, right? Like, it was kind of a novel new concept, early access, so nobody really knew what worked. But yeah, Planetary Annihilation did launch with like it was like $200 or something in my money here in good old Canada. I just remember it being ridiculously expensive and just it being like the weirdest thing ever. Like, how do you expect anybody to buy this? I remember having this discussion with a friend of mine at the time, going like, nobody's gonna buy this. What the fuck? Although, isn't, like, that studio making a Factorio-like game now? Correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure they're making, like, a Factorio-ish thing with that engine. Like, that studio's been resurrected. And they're making another planetary thing game. It might be called Planetary Automation, actually. That or I'm just making that up. I don't know. Maybe I'm Mandela affecting that game into existence in my brain, but I don't think I am. What is CUD? CUD is a traditional roguelike RPG made by developers who happen to be friends with the developers of Dwarf. Factorio economy and RTS game? Yeah, I'm good. Hard pass on that. Yeah, no, they made a standalone expansion, right? Which was Planetary Annihilation Titans. I recall talking to, I think that same friend actually, about Titans and him saying that like, yo, it's great if you can get it for $2. Which is pretty damning statement. Oh, we got giant fireflies on the map now. Where's the giant parakeet? Are you stuck? Okay. Actually, let's just do this. Stuck. Retrieve. Nope. I don't think that was it. Poor giant parakeets, man. These poor goddamn giant parakeets. Because the giant fireflies are fine. Do a remake of Laser Squad Nemesis. I wonder, you know, I don't know, man. I feel like Laser Squad isn't something that needs a remake. What I would like to see for Laser Squad, and this will probably never happen, is I would like to see the Digital Eclipse, the people who make like the making of Karateka and all those games. I would like them to go and make a like historical retelling of all of his games. Like I would like to see a Julian Gallop like comprehensive docu video game, because I think that would be really cool. But just remaking Laser Squad in and of itself wouldn't be an even remotely profitable endeavor. That's an IP that has no real cachet at this point. That's something that you may have gotten from like an Embracer, but we all know where they're at now, so. Oh, I'm aware what it is. But, like, how do I word this? You're never going to get that. That would be something that you should, if you want a Laser Squad Nemesis remake, start rebuilding the game from the ground up and reverse engineering it yourself, because I don't actually think you'll ever get that. But I would like to see a complete historical playable documentary of that game. You asked him yourself? Well, there you go. Now then why are you asking for a thing in my chat that I'm just like, well, that'll probably never happen, but I would like to see it in this format, and then you're just like, well, I already know it won't happen, so then why are we talking about this? This is a non-starter moot point. I don't blame him. I mean, like, okay, calling myself an artist just feels weirdly self-indulgent, so I don't like doing it. If someone came up to me and was like, hey, Blind, can you remake every single one of your tutorials, please? Because your mic quality is slightly better now. I would say no. Period. Fuck that. That seems like a waste of time. I could be doing literally anything else with my time. So. Please. You know, there is one person who keeps asking in my YouTube comments, and it's kind of funny to me. Napalm. Well, cheers, Jude Gaming. I'm glad that you are, you know, finding the channel helpful. Pwitty please. Pwitty please. All right, all this stuff goes away. Sweet. All right, well, we've got a nice little collection of bedrooms. And those will slowly get upgraded. We're eating blood amaranth leaf. We're making shit tons of coke. So I can start forging. I think what I need to do is just get some minecarts up here. Although I need minecarts to do that. The doctor, we don't have one. I have kick roast. They are not a doctor. And unless their personality reads like a doctor, they're not going to be a doctor. So if you would like kick roast, you can have kick roast. Otherwise, we'll have to wait. Also, their last name is Boat Power, which is fantastic. He actively avoids exciting and stressful situations, and he is trusting. He is very humble, and he is quick to form negative views about things. He doesn't mind wearing something special now and again. He has a noticeable lack of perseverance, and he's given to flights of fancy. He's not particularly interested in what others think of him, and he is brave in the face of imminent danger, slow to anger, and generally quite confident in his abilities when undertaking specific ventures. He is not inherently proud of his talents and accomplishments, and needs alcohol to get through the working day, and likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at bad weather. Dreams of raising a family, and personally sees lying as an important means to an end. Doesn't respect the law, and doesn't care about family one way or another. He likes pyrolusite and bronze and rose quartz, as well as elk hoof and quivers and pigs for their snorts. And the words of the scribe of playing of impossible prefers to consume wombat and llama cheese and quinoa beer, and absolutely hates moon snails. Are often pretentious and stupid. Well, that's interesting. It's an interesting take. I don't know if I necessarily agree with that take, but it's an interesting take. I'll just state that basically what I said before is that it's weird for me to refer to what I do as art. Even though by most general definitions it is. So let's scroll down to here, because I could just get the mining magnetite. But what I want to do is I want to get a minecart route running up. Let's also get some walls in here. With good water erosion. Didn't that goblin thing that Mind was playing recently have good water simulation? I know that, like, it's kind of what Timberborn is. It's just the water simulation game. Also Butch Cats, yes. Butch Cats and 404 Not Found. The happy couple. Happy lovers. I think I need to just make these dwarves a place where they can pray. That's really what they need right now. It's just a place that they can pray. Napalm isn't. Arab or King Cook and Havoc are. Claiborne isn't. Butch Cats is. Kadranos isn't. I think it's like 4 of the dwarves are paired up. They can then start making not weaponsmith stuff? No, they can't. This is going to be a weaponsmithing fort. That is the sole thing, because the only weapons I can use are weaponsmiths. And so I'm only going to get 1 weapon per weaponsmith. So I don't know how else to explain. You recently picked up Dwarf Fortress and my content has been invaluable for you learning. Happy to help. Actually, I wonder. Okay. Here's how I'm going to do this. I'm just going to dig out the aquifer. That's how we're going to do this. We're just going to dig out the aquifer. Just dig it all up. Smooth out the rest. As long as all the ceilings are gone and I smooth the walls, it'll be fine. And also the ceiling up here. Because it's just the one layer, which actually makes this very easy to deal with. Good luck successfully stealing artifact weapons. But sure, in theory. But there isn't very many in this world. Because goblins don't really make artifact weapons. At least not very commonly. To use good metals is to put all non-desirable metals in an inaccessible area. When a mood starts, open up the stockpile and forbid all the materials you don't want them using. Voila. That's the quickest, easiest solution to that. Is just simply don't have accessible metals that you don't want them using. It's kind of that simple. Are there artifact weapons in Ghost Candy? You know what? I'll be completely honest with you. I haven't played that fort in almost 2 weeks. I can't remember. But I don't think it's worth raiding that thing because it would probably just kill my dwarves if I had to bet. Once they get that weapon, they can safely do other tasks. So, Havoc, I'm just going to state no, not really, because I don't micromanage my dwarves that much. All dwarves can do other tasks. I just want their highest skill to be weaponsmithing. So it's not a matter of they can/cannot do other tasks. That's not the issue. The issue is I want them to be incapable of training skills that I don't need. Does that make sense? It's not a matter of can they... Of course they can do other tasks. Anybody can do any tasks. That's not the issue here. What I'm restricting is what is their highest skill. Also, apparently this is an aquifer. What's my best adventure mode that you can watch? An elephant never forgets. Probably. I don't know. I'm not super fond of any of my adventure mode content for a variety of reasons. Mostly, none of them are properly representative of adventure mode. Anonymous, thanks for checking out a gift. Appreciate you. Because adventure mode is just very unfinished, right? So, I'm not super fond of any of it. Personally. So let's hope that this stuff all smooths out. Watch my content. Well, I mean, it's not representative of adventure mode, really. Although I was saying basically don't watch my content earlier when I was talking about, what's it called? Tutorials. And there being too much information about this game out there. Okay, so I'm going to make a minecart route here. Let's go all the way up. Just making sure it's all logical. Yes, it is. Works for me. Plenty of magnetite seems to be available in this fort too, which is good. We're also all the way up to early summer. Food is still okay. I mean, it could be better, but we're still just making coke. How much coke do I have? 177. Oh, geez. Well, we're going to be good on coke for a minute. I did adventure mode this morning. I heard stupid. It was a short adventure, but it was an adventure. I mean, like, the thing that you need to remember about adventure mode is the thing that we talked about this morning, which is adventure mode is best played as like an intermission between forts. So the way adventure mode is probably going to be on this stream forever is we stream a fort, we finish the fort, we play a stream or so, maybe half a stream to a full stream of adventure mode, and then repeat. Because that's how I enjoy playing adventure mode. So that's just what I'm going to keep doing. I've still got 24 left. Damn. I can just cancel this after this. Because I don't actually need much more than I currently have. Just going to wait for this job to finish. You weren't here this morning? Sorry. I don't know what else to say, mate. But yeah, no, I mean, adventure mode is never going to be as consistent as fort mode. And there's one very specific reason for that. More people play fort mode. And, your boy here, this is his job. So I will play adventure mode from time to time, but it's never going to be the priority. Except for when there's big updates. But yeah, I mean, I will on and off play adventure mode forever going forward. Yeah, true, I could just do that. That's the smart thing, isn't it? I was mostly just idling on that menu and just talking, rambling. All right, let's just mine all this out. Nope, that's a burrow. Wrong button. Minecart route to here. I mean, if we want like this, or I feel like I should just do this. Just tell him to start digging and see where it ends. And I think that should be where the forge goes. All my dwarves have bedrooms. Overall, compared to a few dorms, it's less about them being happier for bedrooms. Bedrooms give them a place to put their stuff. So if you put cabinets and coffers into bedrooms, then all of their old clothing and items that they claim get put into their bedrooms. It makes it easier for them to claim items, and it also allows them to store their old items. So you have less clothing strewn about everywhere. It's like, yeah, you can absolutely get by with just a dormitory, but like you need to remember that Dwarf Fortress is a sandbox, right? It's not a game that forces you to do things. Everything is optional. Do you want to build bedrooms? You don't have to, but there's some benefits. Is it necessarily happiness? It can be. Happy to help, Alpha Lobster. I'm glad that Lobster's finally made it out of beta. But, you know, also asking me, do I do a thing is a very kind of trap question, because it is very rare that I do the same thing every fort. I am very much a firm believer in do things differently every time because it keeps the game interesting. This is a game where it's very easy to just fall into habits or metas, which is, in my opinion, a net negative for the game. So I try to focus on changing it up and doing things differently because that's what keeps it interesting to me. A dormitory only fort. I mean, the fun of Dwarf Fortress, largely, is coming up with self-imposed restrictions. So come up with self-imposed restrictions that seem fun and then roll with it. At least that's how I enjoy Dwarf Fort. All right, and then a stop here. So this bottom one down here is the first stop. And it's going to load magnetite. And it's going to go upwards when full. I want to say this is also going to go up, isn't it? Yeah. You're going to go upwards. I'll just get rid of all these. Upwards when empty of desired items. Although before I start filling this up with stuff, let's just put some flooring in here. Let's just do rock blocks. Or the rock salt, the pink ones. I don't own a Steam Deck, but I know that I've heard a lot of people say that it plays quite well. There's a lot of like I've seen like radial menus that community members have made and stuff, so like it seems to be pretty playable, but I don't own a Steam Deck myself, so you'd have to ask somebody who does. But what I've heard makes it sound like it's quite playable. This is going to be for not this. I can do the thing. Metal ores, hematite, magnetite. Except you are not going to take from anywhere. Down here is going to be one that takes from anywhere, though. Is someone nearing 1,000 hours of playtime? Oh my god. That's a lot of time. That's like me and Dwarf Fort hours. Okay, so we're about to get hit by an ad break. I'm just going to leave the game paused. I'm just going to throw it out there, chat. I think we'll do about 8 hours of streaming today. Keep it a little short, because it is my first day back, and I do have this weird little sore throaty thing. So I kind of want to, go to bed early tonight and try and just kill it, whatever it is. But we're at about 6 hours right now, so we got a bit of time left. Which is, of course, 1 hour ahead of the YouTube stream. Is there a particular theme for this fort? The only weapons I can use are artifacts. Is the theme for this fort. So I'm basically very heavily manipulating strange moods. This game is very addicting in a way. It keeps telling yourself, I'm just going to do this one thing real quick, and then 5 hours goes by, and then you get attacked by goblins or some shit. Yeah, no, totally. I've definitely had streams where I'm like chat can probably attest to this, like a stream where I say, oh, I'm done doing this thing, and then I'm like, oh yeah, this is going to be a short stream today. We're going to do like 7 hours or whatever, and then it's like 12 hours later. It's like, whoops. This is a third of a day? Yeah. Do they need a dwarf to push them, or do they go forward without a dwarf? They need a dwarf to push them, unless you power them, and I'm not powering them. At least not right now. I may in the future, though. But yeah, the fun realities of a short blind stream. So. Bunch of giant parakeets on the map. I really hope those hippos come back. I think I'll just queue stuff up while I'm waiting. Ah. What else do we have? We got 4 dolomite, which isn't much. Several rock salt, and then a bunch of sandstone. Let's just do 30 of those again. Good thing all dwarf fists are artifacts? Totally. Can't the giant cave swallow attack? It could. But it's not agitated, because I'm not fucking with the surface. Wait, giant cave swallow. I mean, sure if it flew in, but they're not super aggro. They're not a predator, so they're not the biggest concern. It's not like a voracious cave crawler or something. Like, animals that have the predator tag are quite dangerous, but giant cave swallows don't have the predator tag. Okay, so that's going to start up now. The other thing I need to do is I need to make another carpenter shop. Giant mosquitoes are a pain. Giant anything in Dwarf are generally a pain. Let's go minecart. Make another minecart. I'm kind of bummed that this fort started in the fall because it means that it's going to take a long time for anything to actually get going because it kind of screws up the game's rhythm of when to send migrants. Actually, speaking of the devil, migrants have arrived. So what was that, the 4th of the month? Midsummer? Yeah, it takes a long... Okay, I was starting to expect we weren't going to get any, but... Hello, Datan. You even showed up with an axe. Holy crap, you has a massive family. Old worlds are fun. Also, this dwarf has a long-term acquaintance who I'm pretty sure is a goblin that was in the last fort. Pretty damn sure. Just one migrant? Oh no, I had the game paused. We also have a clerk who's named Burr. It's very cold. He's also bringing their spouse. Got Unib. Some reindeer. Very small migrant wave, but we also haven't traded yet, so makes sense. I don't really want to make a butcher shop yet. I'll just pen pasture him. Devilish? I see. I was going to say, I'm pretty sure you could just dwarf yourself, Devilish. Or try to dwarf yourself. Okay, so you down here, you're making a minecart. And now I can queue up a minecart and put the minecart here. Place track vehicle. There we go. It begins. But then you don't get to choose what you get. We can rig the vet. It's fine. I'm pretty sure this faction is at war with the elves. Uh-oh. You guys were asking if the giant cave swallow was going to attack. No, but apparently a giant bat is. Where's Batsy McGee? Flying away in terror. Nice. That's kind of funny. Hey, chat, can we give Devilish the woodcutter? Yes or no? Also, that shouldn't be that. This should be one of these. Tatan, the woodcutter, is now a devilish potato. She is very comfortable around others that are different from herself and often feels discouraged. Wait, what? Yeah, she does. She has a sense of duty and she is slow to anger. She has a noticeable lack of perseverance and she tends to be passive in discussion. She does not go out of her way to help others. She's very humble and she has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications. And she tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions. She has little interest in joking around and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. And tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass. And talks to herself whenever she gets bored and she needs alcohol to get through the working day. She dreams of crafting a masterwork someday and personally doesn't care if others take the time to master skills. She likes native copper and nickel and sardonyx and bolts, and the words of the scribe of playing of impossible prefers to consume giant warthog and date wine. She dates wine. And she writes the date on it when she opens it. And she hates bats. She is married to some dwarf who doesn't live here and has a humongous family and is a member of the Order of Brides, and is a former member of the Net of Fangs and the Blunt Hex, which I think is actually you're a former member of a goblin run area, I think, which would explain why you're friends with a goblin. Yep, it's on cooldown for another 20 minutes.
Woo!
Hates bats. Yeah, I'm sorry. I mean, it is what it is. I like bats. Bats are cool. All right, and then the one other thing I need to do with this is you load from here. And then 1, and then 2, and then 3, and then 4, and then 5. You love bats? They eat mosquitoes? Yeah, bats are great. Buddy, speaking of giant bats, it seems like I had a giant bat run in and my dwarves dodged it a whole bunch and then they started hacking at it with a battle axe. Well, we'll allow it. Then the dwarves just ripped it apart. Well, sorry to that giant bat, but you are no longer alive. Enjoy your life of not being alive anymore. Let's see if I can butcher your body. You held a bat once briefly? Oh, that's kind of cute. Was it a wild bat, or was it like at a wildlife sanctuary or something? I heard a bat once. It was chirping. Like recently. Looks like we can. Sweet. Let's make a tanner. I don't have a craftsdwarf shop currently. Because I could just make bone crafts once this is done. And a totem. See how much of the bat I can use. Found out recently that bat feet, when relaxed, they close, which is why they're comfortable chilling upside down. Oh, really? Huh. Bats are like weird animals. They're neat, nifty little critters. Okay, so I've got hair, fat. Okay, so it's teeth. What else can I do? Skull. Totem. Let's make as much stuff out of that bat as possible. We're also tanning a bat hide. Healer Jam, thanks for the shout out earlier. I did see that, by the way. And also, thanks for the raid. How was your stream? What were you up to today? Check, can I get a round of beers to the raiders? Please don't drown them. We're decorating a barrel. Seems good. Can deconstruct this now. They mate before their hibernation, but get pregnant when they wake up. So basically the females store the semen the entire time. There's a lot of species that do that. It's like one of those things, like, as a human, it's kind of strange to think about, but, like, I don't know. Seems logical evolution-wise. I think it's maybe too many beers for 2 raiders. It's fine. We gotta stockpile now. We gotta fill it up for the rest of the season, you know? All right. Got all this now. So I need a bookkeeper. And I also need 2 offices. Also need a broker. So I think Udib here is going to be my bookkeeper and my broker. And 404 wanted to be the chief medical Dwarf. I don't think they'll be great at it, but we'll give them the task anyway. And then I... 404 Doc not... Pretty much. Doc on vacation, Doc not found. I don't know why I'm doing this, but I'm doing this. So this, oh, right. I'm also going to need fuel. Nah, whatever. Just won't worry about it. Well, I mean, your name is You're Not Found, so it's kind of hard to not make the joke every time. So apologies, but you kind of do it to yourself. Let's just do this. We're just going to start smelting that and making iron. So these can just get dumped somewhere. I don't know where. We'll figure it out. I've got a totem I can sell, and then we'll have some giant bat bone amulets that we can also sell. And down here, we got this area working out not bad. Up here, we got you running. 404 not found. It's making our first iron bars. This fortress is getting going. At the very least, it's beginning the beginnings of getting goings. Had this name since Justin TV, really? Damn. It has been a minute, time at Dwarf. Do I follow YouTube chat at all? Nowhere near as much as Twitch chat. For 3 reasons. The main one being Twitch chat's generally more active. The second reason is I don't actually know where in the VOD people in YouTube chat are. It's actually quite common for people who are watching YouTube streams to be somewhere else in the VOD and not at live. So often people will ask questions that I can't readily answer without typing, and to hell with that. So because of just the design of how YouTube works, it's a lot more lurker friendly. So I use the YouTube chat mostly as a lurker chat. If you want interaction, come over to Twitch, generally. I do respond to the YouTube chat, it's just infrequent and inconsistent. But largely that's why the the YouTube chat gets so quiet is because, you know, there's what? Yeah, 130 people watching on YouTube right now, and who knows where in the VOD they are. Yeah, I mean, what some people do, like, because some people prefer the YouTube player, what some people do is they watch on Twitch, or type in Twitch chat, but watch on YouTube, which is fine. It doesn't really matter to me. There's no sweat here. You do what works best for you. I'm just trying to make the stream accessible. YouTube no ads? Hey. Twitch could have no ads too. But yeah, I actually quite like the system of YouTube chat as lurker chat and Twitch chat as active chat. And because it gives people a reason to tune in on one platform or the other, depending on what kind of viewing you intend to do, which I think is honestly like the best option personally. Let's go down a bit. Let's just mine some of this stuff out. There you go. Now you have no ads on Twitch. Time and a ref. This is one of those games you prefer to watch others play. I mean, hey, if it works for you, it works for you. Watch the game the way that works best for you. And don't worry too much about how you watch. All that really matters to me is that you watch. It's always set to 2x speed so you can catch up. Yeah, but still, if I'm 4 hours into a stream, it's going to take you 2 hours to catch up. You can do a full lecture in 20 minutes. You know, I think I just need to accept that I process information and interact with information differently than you, if you feel that way. Let's just make steel shields. We're going to make 6 of them. What is pig iron? It is part of the process of making steel. I think it's an alloy, technically. But yeah, it's a stone that it is iron that is mixed with other thing to become steel when it's mixed with more iron. The same number of pigs that go into a pigtail, 0. Coal is coke, yes, and that's what we're using for fuel. What level Flux is on? It's different in every single fort. This isn't Minecraft, where Minecraft has very specific layers. So it highly depends on how the world generated and what layers of rock there is. Because different things will generate in different layers. Sure. I mean, I would say it's dry at 3 times speed, but like, you know. I don't think it's like an ADHD thing for me. Like, if I'm going to learn something, I'd rather read it, I find. I'd rather read it and look at pictures than watch a video most of the time. So I'm not watching videos to learn stuff anyway, usually. Like, I'm much more of a just open the Wikipedia page kind of person, is what I've found. There we go. We're getting our first steel. Not bad. And we're making steel shields. Seems like Butch is doing that too. Making sure this forge is functional. I think you'd have to ask Microsoft about that one. Connie of the Wolves. You can't learn from reading. You see it. I mean, I learn best from talking to another person and watching them do it, but I don't quite get the same level of use out of like a YouTube video. But yeah, I honestly, I couldn't tell you the last time I watched a... Actually, now that I think about it, I could tell you the last time I watched a YouTube video at 10 times speed. It was when I was watching a thing that was making me very mad, but I needed to watch the thing to talk about it. For reasons, which is not worth elaborating, but it was a thing that was making me mad, so watching it on half speed or 2 times speed just got it over with quicker. But yeah, I basically never do that. I find I just miss most of it if I watch things at 2 times speed anyway. All right. So I need to finish up some bedrooms. Did I make more doors? No, I didn't. Sweet. The broker and the clerk are married. So I need to make offices. So now it's kind of a question of where the hell am I going to put these offices? Because it's casted in the shape, it's like piglets getting milk. Huh. That's fascinating. You really like those bedrooms? They'll get there. They're kind of ugly right now, but we'll get there eventually with them. They do have a ways to go, though, I feel. And Devilish Potato gets the last one. Now you get your own happy bedroom. Okay, so the things I need 2 offices, and I need a temple. Those are what I need. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to start constructing stuff out in here. Okay, so I've got shit tons of blocks now. Yeah, I think this is going to be kind of neat. I'm going to build them just outside of the edge of this. Maybe even into this wall. Although, I'm just noticing the time of year. I think it's time for us to make a trading depot. You know, I don't find any start in particular painful. I think they're all just kind of different. Commands don't work in the YouTube chat, YouTube friend. They just don't exist in the YouTube chat anyway. They only exist in the Twitch chat because I don't have a bot in the YouTube chat. But the goal of this fort, well, the last fort died gloriously as intended, and then the goal of this fort is to fight back against the goblins in the same world as the last fort, but only using artifact weapons. Statue sounds. We don't have a lot of options, but which dwarf do you want? We have the broker or the clerk. The broker or the broker's wife. The broker is the bookkeeper. Statue sounds. Forms only fleeting and rare emotional bonds with others, and does not find most jokes humorous, is pleased by his own appearance and talents, and is very humble. He likes a little excitement now and then, and he is quite polite. He tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals, and often acts with compassion. He's not particularly interested in what others think of him, and he has a noticeable lack of perseverance. He needs alcohol to get through the working day. He dreams of raising a family, and personally believes friendship is the key to the ideal life, and is a firm believer in the value of tradition. He sees no value in holding back complaints and concealing emotions, and dreams of raising a family. He likes gold, topaz, as well as cave spider silk. The color teal, bolts, and tables and ballista parts, and rabbits for their ability to burrow. Giant sperm whales for their vengeful nature, and the words of the scintillating, of the fragrances of scintillating, and when possible prefers to consume moghopper and dwarven rum. And absolutely hates hamsters. He's married to Burr, and is a member of the Lacey Creed, probably of the god of beauty. Yep. This feels fondness when speaking with an acquaintance. You could use some alcohol to get through the working day. That's never a good sign, but if you need it, you need it, you know? You know, screw it, we'll just do this. I just want to get that going. Can rebuild it after trading. Let's also just make some rock amulets for a bit. We've got 3 shields up and built. That's all good to go. This is getting there. All the dwarves have bedrooms. So far, so good. 8 drinks. I mean, we only have 10 dwarves, but like, we're not in dire straits or anything. I was watching it go down. You bet you caused your crash just with DFhack, lol, trying to auto-dump with Fast Dwarf. Fast Dwarf can definitely cause that crashing, yeah. And some weirdness. Most humans are dead. Not all. All the human factions are destroyed, though. Also, what Havoc said is correct. Surely you'll be the first to enter the rage? Why is that? Or rather, what makes you say that, I suppose? I like how whip wine is blue. It's kind of cool to me. We're in an ad break. I'm going to go toss this in the sink. Give me a sec. You know, I do think it's kind of funny how many people don't realize, like, people who pick this game up for the first time don't realize that dwarves need alcohol. Like, the number of questions I've gotten about, like, how do I make my dwarves drink water? It's like, that's actually very difficult. Like, they have to be in a pretty bad state of affairs to start drinking water. It's like, shit's gone bad if your dwarves are drinking water. Like, if your dwarves are drinking water, that's the least of your concerns. Like, genuinely. Blue ice cream, blue ice cream, Smurf ice cream, same. I mean, I have like no actual knowledge of the Smurfs as a franchise. I know that they exist, and that's about where my knowledge of them begin and end. Is that the Smurfs exist. All right, so now we just wait for the traders to arrive. That is all we do. We're over here making sandstone stuff. Is anybody running around with dwarfs crying due to happiness? Oh, see, someone's got an amulet. Statue sounds equipped in an amulet. How about you, Butch? You've also got one. Those nifty little amulets. We've got our trading depot as well. You don't remember most of it? Seems about right. Okay, so I've changed my mind like 3 times. I'm going to put the offices over the creek down here, and I'm going to use this upper level to roof them. Yeah, there was a person a while ago, and I actually found this kind of funny, who was really mad, or left a negative review for Dwarf Fortress. And the reason for their negative review was because they couldn't get their dwarves to drink milk. They're just like, this game is terrible. Like, going on about how, like, awful the mechanics were and blah, blah, blah. And, like, their entire reason for being upset with the game was that the dwarves couldn't drink the milk that they had. It's like, my dwarves are dying of thirst, blah, 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 blah. And it's like, I've got so much milk, they shouldn't be dying of thirst. It's like, really? It's like, sometimes I guess I take the basic, like, knowledge that I have of this game kind of for granted. Like, you kind of forget. It's pretty good. Well, I'm not a huge fan of this corner here, but aside from this corner, yeah, it's pretty good, River Gen. I may also start putting water wheels into here. Needs mods for dairy dwarves? Not really. How can you mine that without flooding? Because this is underwater, this is one layer above the water. Perspective. I think a lot of people don't read, like, much stuff in video games. Like, we're pretty, and this isn't, like, the fault of people, really. This is the fault of, like, modern games. Is, like, modern games are designed so to, like, explain to you how to play it, not the other way around. So I think, like, you know, if you're very used to having instructions spoon-fed to you, it isn't too big of a stretch to realize that some people might just be easily perplexed by such things. It's not too big of a, like, leap of brain capacity. I don't know. I'm trying to not be mean to people here. Trying. I don't know if it's working, but people just aren't used to reading. You love books? Yeah. No, I mean, I'm also kind of... It depends on the type of game that I'm playing, but there are definitely certain types of games where I don't read any of the instructions at all. So this is going to end up being the front door eventually. And I'll put offices up here. But for right now, I'm just kind of doing both sides. You know, I saw this video on Twitter ages ago before Twitter turned into hell, or the current hell that it is now, I suppose. And it was just this person, and it was like streamers when they first start streaming versus streamers after they've been streaming for 5 years or whatever. And it's just like, streamer is just sitting there and like obsessively reading every bit of text and telling chat to stop telling them what to do so that they can learn themselves. And then it's like after X number of years of streaming, it's like, skip, 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 skip. Chat, what do? It's kind of true. Cheers, Han Solo, or Han Solo, and Hylam as well. Appreciate you. 'Tis in fact partnerversary, apparently. Although it is a grim reminder of the winter hardships to come, the supply caravan from the Lancers of Martyring is a welcome sight. Their eyes are alight with anticipation of inspecting the splendid products of your industrious crafts dwarves. Take careful stock of your own stores. What these merchants offer might very well be the difference between a prosperous future and, of course, a slow and meaningless death. The best kind of death. One that is slow and meaningless. All right, amulets it is. And totem. I was saying, do I have any other crafts? I think it's just the amulets and totems. Also, where did they appear? Ah, so they're down at the bottom. That's good to know. It will flood to the edge of the map and then flow off the edge of the map, where the map connects with the edge of the map. Will it kill everything? It'll definitely kill some things. But you also won't be able to stop the flow unless you have some way of stopping the flow. So I recommend setting up a method of slowing the flow before you go all in with that. Butch Cats meets with the outpost liaison, Mistum, Shortast Hosput, and they say, I'm your liaison from the mountain homes. Let's discuss your situation. I'm just going to ask for coal. They want armor and cheese. All right. How long have I been streaming? My first stream, technically, was in 2011. But that was a stream I was on. The first stream I did myself was in 2012. And then I took about a 6-month hiatus. And came back in 2013. And then I took a 3-month hiatus because I was homeless for a bit. And then I came back in November 2014, and I basically haven't stopped. The longest time off I ever took was 12 days, and that was because I was in the hospital for like 6 of them. Which means the break that I just took was slightly shorter than the longest break I've ever had. Malign Saint, hello. Get over here, statue. Whew, they brought a bunch of nice metals. Just gonna buy the steel. I'm gonna buy the wood, because it's cheap. They brought a rabbit, which I do not need. Buy the extra barrels. I don't want the milk. Just gonna go until the thing goes yellow. Because right now it's green down here. And trade. Unless you mean today, then 6.5 hours. But yeah, when it comes to Twitch, I'm old. And just to not cause confusion, I wasn't streaming Dwarf Fortress that whole time. Back when I first started, I was streaming like just kind of whatever, random indie stuff, generally. Then after a while, I got into streaming modded older PC games, specifically like the Roller Coaster Tycoon games. And then from there, I had a brief run-in where I decided that that was a good niche to continue playing, and I streamed a bunch of Planet Coaster, which was a mistake. And then from there, I just kind of started salivating over the idea of just getting to play Dwarf Fortress all the time, and played a bunch of RimWorld. I played a bunch of Elite Dangerous, various other random smaller indies, SimCity, stuff like that. City Skylines, those sorts of things. And then eventually started playing RimWorld and played that for a while, ended up getting partnered off of that. And by the time that game left early access, I was so done with it that I never wanted to play it again. So I just, at some point, just kind of pulled the cord and just went full on Dwarf Fort instead of like only occasionally playing Dwarf Fort. Always kind of disappointed you? It's fun for a bit. I'm not going to say it's like a life-changing experience or anything, but I don't dislike City Skylines. I think City Skylines is totally fine. It could always be better, like anything. The thing that always disappointed me with City Skylines is that they never made a sequel to Cities in Motion. Like, when they announced City Skylines 2, I was so bummed. I wanted a Cities in Motion 3 so bad. But we're never going to get that. It's like the lighter Transport Tycoon that I've always wanted, but... There's some animal bodies no one's picking up in the middle of your base. Is there any bugs? Unlikely. It's very likely what happened is it's considered outdoors for some reason. And if you go to labor, standing orders, refuse and dumping, by default they don't haul refuse that's outdoors. So click this button, and then usually click this button as well. And then just make sure that dwarves aren't overworked, because hauling refuse is a very low priority job. Like, it's one of the last things dwarves will do. So I would recommend enabling that and see if that helps. They need to stand on top of it in a stockpile. So if you just put a big, like, item stockpile in your tavern and where the dwarves stand and dance on it, they'll claim items. It's literally all you need to do. Or, like, let them haul items to a stockpile. That's all you need to do, Havoc. Are those creeping eyes a threat? Are they vermin? Probably not. They might creep your dwarves out, if they're what I'm thinking they are. Vermin aren't a threat, so if they're vermin size, then no. Unless you're referring... Wait, are you referring to the plants? Because I know, like, fingers and eyeballs grow out of the ground. If you're referring to the plants, no. No, it's just grass. Creepy grass, basically. Little creatures. Probably. They're probably just vermin then, so no. I'll be honest with you, I can't remember what every creature is in Dwarf Fort. Basically, if you can't click on it, it's not a threat. It might eat your food, though, and cats will kill them. All right, that's all done. I've never seen them before? Yeah, I can't remember what a creeping eye is. I'd need to look. at the wiki myself. In large packs? Yeah, probably. They might be a threat then? I don't know. It depends on if they're vermin. If they're click-onable, then they are likely a threat. If they're vermin size, then they're not a threat. It's generally kind of the rule of thumb to roll by. What got me into DF? I beat Adom, and I was sitting in queue for a, well, not queue. I was sitting in a Ventrilo server. This is how you know it was a while ago. Waiting for some friends to log on so we could play Counter-Strike. And I just finished beating Adom, and my friend who was online at the time said, "Oh, you finished Adom? You should try this." And I installed Dwarf Fortress and then played for about 90 seconds and then went, "What the fuck is this nonsense?" And then deleted it. And that's how it started. This was like 2009. Okay, so yeah, they're more of just an annoyance than a threat then. Push attacks are non-lethal. I won't say that they're not a threat, but push attacks are not very threatening. Beg your pardon? Where did that line come from over there? Is it bad that, like, it doesn't matter how much of this game that I play, I can't even memorize all of the creatures in this game? It's like, this is another one of the reasons I guess I don't mod this game, really, is like, I don't feel like it's missing content. I feel like there's plenty. It's like, if I have to, like, constantly look stuff up to, like, tell people, and I'm the guy who supposedly knows this game perfectly, I think that there's, like, plenty of content in this video game. Okay, so then from this upper layer, I'll just go all the way across here, and then that'll be it. Also throw a door over here. And shortly later, a door over there. It's on the to-do list. I mean, the way Dwarf Fortress development generally works, Rupert, is something gets added to Legends and worked into, like, the game's systems that it exists. Once it's worked into Legends and World Gen that it exists, it's then eventually, usually, added to Adventure Mode. Once it's added to Adventure Mode, then it's usually afterwards added to Fortress Mode. Basically, the idea of the thing is added to the game, then the thing is added to the game, then once the thing is added to the game, it becomes a usable, functional thing. And currently there are procedural sports in Legends. They've been there for a while. There's also procedural tavern games, which are in Legends, which are like dice games and stuff. There's also gambling, and also like a processed currencies and stuff. There's kind of a lot of like mechanics and things that are processed behind the scenes that you can't actually do in game. Ice Wolf? Ice Wolves are cool. Those are pretty rare, too. Just like Blizzard Men. You're opening your Dwarven casino. I mean, you can sort of do that right now with Dwarven Lives, but it's not really like, you know, the kind of casino you're thinking most likely. Also, just because I'm talking about casinos where dwarves gamble with their lives, somebody left a comment on one of my recent big videos. I need to go look which one it actually was. But they said, you know, like that meme/fact where every single species eventually just evolves into crabs. Well, they've developed this own theory that all Dwarf Fortress YouTubers just slowly become Krug Smash, which I think is really funny. They might be onto something. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely, like, this is a game that's legendary for its storytelling, so if you can convincingly tell a story using it, then it's automatically going to attract an audience of people. What if it keens? I don't know what you mean. I mean, I'm not going to start drawing, but I will keep doing the movies that I'm making. I don't think that they necessarily mean drawing. I think they just mean producing more story-based content, I guess. That's how I read that statement. With the cult video I made. I also made one on Godly Tombs, and I also made one on the story of Cog existing for 10 years. Which is interesting, because the video on Cog, the following One Dwarf for 10 years, performed not great when it first came out, and now it's like getting more views per hour than any of the others, so it's a late bloomer, I guess. You haven't gotten to the 10 years one? Yeah. Well, I mean, it's there for when you have time, right? Tis there for when you have time. Just got back. Sandstone looks nice. I really like sandstone. It's just a really good stone in the video game. One of the better ones. Do you like the editing in those videos? I've had some people complain that I do too much with like the jumpy editing, but like, you know, I'm definitely like a vocal person about disliking what YouTube like promotes, I guess. But YouTube is so harsh now on retention that you really have to like tickle people's ADHD brain to get videos to do well, which kind of sucks. I don't like it, but you watched that on a plane? Oh, was that you? Because if you left a comment about that, I saw that. Saw somebody saying that they watched a bunch of my videos on a plane recently. All right, this is going to be my offices in a minute. You always somehow end up building with Microcline. Microcline used to be really controversial. Like, really controversial. The Dwarf Fortress community has a weird relationship with Microcline. Just because it used to be so bright, it used to hurt people's eyes on certain monitor types. So unless you modified your color settings, it was like impossible to actually look at it. And it was so bright that it made doors invisible. How does a dwarf uphold tradition? That is one of the most like things I've ever seen, and that's my response. I don't know. Depends on the dwarf and what their traditions are. I would just check the wiki. It gives you kind of a list of what it could be, but it's pretty shrug. I mean, sometimes it's praying, sometimes it's crafts, sometimes it's, yeah, I don't know. That's one that I've never paid too much attention to. And then sometimes it just gets satisfied. I'm like, I don't know what they did, but okay. Any blue material to build? I mean, cobaltite's blue. That's the first one that comes to mind for me, anyway. Yeah, but it's not a stone. I was presuming that that statement was limited to different types of stone. But presuming they're not limiting it to different types of stone, then yes, there are cavern trees that are blue. I actually really like the textures of like spore tree and cavern trees and such. I think they look cool. All right, so this is going to be an office. Oopsies. It's going to be for Claiborne. And then this is going to be for the broker. Now, everybody's got their offices, and life is goodish. Also, can't you, like... I know this is kind of like a dumb question, but can't you just go to, like, objects, stone use? Yeah, I mean, that'll tell you the different colors of things. You'll just see them right there. So, like, jet's kind of a dark blue, although jet's kind of hard to find in large amounts anyways. I've never had a Detroit-style pizza, so I have no idea. So argue amongst yourselves. Also, I misread it. It's an incoming ad break, not an active ad break. Update stockpile records. There we go. We now know what's in the stockpiles. I like that the manager is speaking with the broker. They're getting to know each other. How cute. I mean, you could probably make jet fuel out of it, so I believe that it comes from jets. You've never had a pizza type you like? I live in Western Canada. I'm also diabetic, so I'll be honest with you, I will probably never have a Detroit-style pizza. Because, like, high-fat foods make me absorb carbs slower, which makes it very hard to carb count, like, normal pizza, to the point where, like, I basically don't eat normal pizza unless I'm actively trying to self-harm. And so if I'm actively trying to self-harm, pizza's a good alternative, but, like, it's painful to eat pizza. Like, it's actively shortening my life. More so than your average individual eating a pizza. So, I try to not eat pizza as much as humanly possible. No, the broker's name's Udib, statue sounds. And they're just speaking. What's wrong with them feeling fond when speaking with a new friend? They're not complaining to a manager. They're not yelling at somebody in charge. Thanks, Nejman. So never had a Detroit-style pizza. Well, at least that makes two of us, dastardly. Here's the thing. Do you like the flavor of it? Havoc. Then by default, it's not an abomination, because Havoc is saying this in the YouTube chat. I love deep dish BBQ sauce pizza with extra cheese, half pineapple chicken and red pepper, half pineapple sausage and green pepper, and yes, I know I'm an abomination. that is a combination of things I like. So what's the problem? The only reason it's an abomination is because you're making it an abomination by stating that it's an abomination. It's not. It's food. It's a lot of carbs, which is my only real criticism of it. So, shrug. Honestly, food elitism is the strangest thing to me in the world because I'll tell you this, the best pizza I ever had was an Alfredo sauce pizza, thin crust, with anchovies, corn, avocado, kale, and goat cheese. It was fucking delicious. It wasn't a pizza, but it was fucking delicious. So, you know, who cares? Find a thing you like and eat it. And more power to you. Don't, like, succumb to the food wars nonsense of the internets. That being said, I am a coffee snob, and if you say that Tim Hortons is good, you're just wrong. It's just a fact. It's not. It's bad. So are their donuts. School of the Ox, thank you very much for the 4th month. Welcome back. I'm going to repeat what I said earlier. Connie, I have never had a Detroit-style pizza, and I probably never will. Have you ever had your ears checked before? Because it might allow you to hear things the first time the streamer says it. I mean, that's literally every fast food, like, chain, Krigath. Makes you sad? None of those ingredients I listed off were expensive, and it certainly didn't hide the flavor. It's a matter of, like, putting too much of a thing on a thing. I think a lot of the time, just places will just douse stuff in sauces and other nonsense. It's like, come on, no. You gotta be able to taste that crust. That sounds delicious. Statue sounds. I could fuck with that. As long as it's in small portion sizes. So let's just go here and just type in bars. 15 iron bars. What? All right, let's just go steel helm. Make 10. You know, I'll be honest with you. I'm very happy I don't crave McDonald's. I kind of swore at one point that I would never eat McDonald's ever again. And since then, I've had McDonald's once. I had an ice cream cone because my blood sugar was low. So in the better part of... Since 2018, I've had one ice cream cone from McDonald's once. I mean, you don't have to do anything, Adari. You're making yourself hungry now? Well, there you go. What, like the quarter pounder E. coli stuff? I heard about that the other day. It's kind of whack. As a human being, the smell of McDonald's is revolting. I'm generally a pescatarian, but sometimes I stray away from that. I have plenty of cheat days, I'll put it that way. Working on those steel helms. We do have a legendary miner and a proficient weaponsmith. I will say this fort's going real slow. You'll have to pay for diseases in your groceries and food. Yeah. This is why I try to grow as much food as possible. Although you pay twice because healthcare isn't free there. Or rather, healthcare isn't already paid for there. So I would actually say that you're paying for the sickness twice. Once when you buy the groceries, and then the second time when you know, end up in the hospital. It smells bad in a corporate way. It smells like fake bread. Like fake bread pot product. Yeah, no, they charge you to get sick, and then, like, you can pay them for the privilege. Not bad little offices, but not great either. Cheers, Perkus. I worked at a gas station once, and the worst smell in the world is the smell that comes out of a 90-pack of hot dogs. I would say it depends on the brand, but I'm not going to disagree with that. I am inclined to believe you there. Having never smelled a 90-pack of hot dogs, I'm inclined to believe you. How about an expired pack of 90 hot dogs? I'll bet you that would smell worse. I also love to tell the story of the time that I found a bag of lettuce in the McDonald's that I worked at that expired in 1996. And for reference, this was about 2015? Something like that. It was just a bag filled with, like, weird brown powder. I wasn't even sure what it was until I found the expiry date. All right, like it dehydrated. It was like freeze-dried practically. Yeah, no, I don't blame you. Anybody who knows me well might understand why, but cleaning out ketchup containers will forever be the worst thing. Not actually the worst thing. The worst thing I had to do at that job was clean up blood, which was always impressive in the women's washrooms. It's like, I don't even know how you manage it, but why is it on the ceiling again? Yeah, no, I just kind of got to a point where I just expect things to be disgusting, but cleaning out ketchup containers was the worst consistent task I had to do. You know, I'm not gonna lie, homemade taquitos, I don't know if you've ever made a homemade taquito, are pretty good. Just take like, so YouTube chat is talking about taquitos at like 7-Eleven, right? Just take like a tortilla wrap, fill it with whatever the fuck, and just put it on a grill. It's so good. It doesn't need to be a roller taquito to be a taquito. It's still tasty. Just fill her up with whatever you want and then just grill her up. Big fan of homemade taquitos. Like, how the hell does blood get... How do you get this? It's like a special talent that people have. I don't know, man. It's bodily fluids. They get everywhere. The bathrooms are wild. You know, it's really funny to me because there's like this urban legend that women's bathrooms are always very clean. Like, people always go on to me about like, okay, sorry. I'm going to talk about politics for a second here. It's very funny to me whenever I see people going on about how, like, you shouldn't have no gender washrooms because there will always be urine on the toilets. And as somebody who cleaned both the washrooms and the employee washrooms in a McDonald's for the better part of 8 years, I have to tell you, the women's washroom is always worse. Maybe it was unique to that McDonald's, but like... And I still think we should split washrooms. It's just more efficient, guys. Come on. Humans and gross? Yep. I agree with this. Speaking of, I need to chop down a tree. How the heck did that drain? What? Okay, that's weird. These puddles are all draining. To where? Must be really hot. That's odd. Because there's like pools here, but like these were all like murky pools of stagnant water, but now they're just empty. The heck? Wild. Don't they evaporate when it gets too hot? Sure, but you don't really see that happen very often, so it must be really hot. They also refill when it rains, but like... You just don't see that happen very much. All right. McDonald's is a pretty low bar? Yeah, well, the low bar is like the stomping ground for everything, right? You take the average of the worst, and then you average it out, and you take the median. And the median is most people are fine. I don't understand why there's random bits of paper everywhere. I mean, I do. You know, I've also stated this, LDM in YouTube chat. Most countries shouldn't have mandatory military time. They should instead have mandatory food service. Or like anything where you need to maintain, take care of, and clean a thing. Because people who've worked in food service, fast food, or any kind of like heavy service industry job like that are so much more pleasant to deal with as from a customer service perspective. Like, like, one of the healthiest things I ever did as a young adult was drop out of high school and fucking go get a job in fast food because it matured me so fast. And it made me so appreciative of what other people do. It's kind of wild, actually. The world would be a much better place. I mean, it would certainly be, like, more polite and courteous towards service workers. But yeah. You know, I will remember this day like it was yesterday. 2014, Halloween. I was working night shifts at the McDonald's I worked at the time. This guy walked in and ordered 2 double quarter pounders. Just 2 double quarter pounders. And I think a large Coke. Or large drink. I don't know what he had in it. Went to his table and sat down and started eating them while I was cleaning the drink machine. So I watched him do this. Around 2/3 of the way through the second burger, he started puking on the table. And then he started puking on the floor. And then he started running to the washroom, which was at the other end of the McDonald's. To which somebody yelled at him, "Just go outside, you idiot," while laughing. Turned around, still vomiting. All the way outside and down onto the parking lot. It took me 2 hours to clean up the puke. You know. What's even worse is he then ordered more food and kept eating. And they served him, and I'm like, what? What was brother on? Copious amounts of beer. Very large sums of beer is what he was on. A drunkard? Absolutely. What's even worse is he was like kind of enough of a regular that we knew who he was. I think I may just let these dwarves chill for a bit. Because I kind of need more dwarves to get anything done, really. Did I not chop down a tree? Guess I didn't. You'll never forget the cruise ship tourist groups? Oh, God. So this is sort of doxing myself for the time, but I used to live near, or work near a country bar, we'll just say. And they had topless bull riding on Thursdays, to give you an idea of the type of place it was. And there was a McDonald's in the parking lot with it, which was about 4 kilometers away from where I worked. But they were so rowdy around 1 a.m. I almost said p.m. Around 1 a.m. that McDonald's would close. It was a 24-hour McDonald's, so they would lock their doors. And so these drunkards who got kicked out of the place that closed at 4 in the morning because they either got into a fight or were just too drunk would walk the extra couple kilometers to my McDonald's and break our shit and get into fights in our lobby. So, and anybody ever wonders why Blind is not a huge fan of pop country, that's why. Because I just have this negative association with these people. Oh shit, giant thrimps. Not a fan. You got giant fireflies and giant thrips, as well as multiple types of giant birds. Drunks are weird. As somebody who's been a drunk many times, I don't think I've ever been that drunk. Am I going crazy? Do I not have a... I thought I had a carpenter shop. Did I demolish the carpenter shop? Absentmindedly? I thought it was like right here, but... Huh, I guess not. I must have. So we're in Maine, and it's like, no, this is Canada, and then the man started swinging their chair, screaming about how the Red Menace got into Maine and Texas was next. I once saw a guy like punch his girlfriend in the face directly, just sitting at a table. I presume they were together because they were eating together and talking. It was a guy and a girl, and he just like stood up and just like a full strength in the face. That's the fastest I've jumped a counter with my coworker. We beat the crap out of him. What's funny is we almost got fired and didn't. They forgot about it. That's not legally possible. Andrew. Meanwhile, YouTube chat, maybe she asked for it. Uh-huh. Found the problem. YouTube chat hits differently sometimes. Yep. Sorry, YouTube chat. I don't mean to generalize all of you. Most of you are lovely. Misquote? Oh well. Well, in that case, it's what it is. Does alcohol take up more barrels than solid food? I don't think so. I will be honest with you. I don't know how many barrels solid food takes up. Do I have enough barrels? If yes, then I don't need more barrels. If no, well, then I need more barrels, clearly. $230 goblin army invasion? I think this may end up being another one of those forts where I turn up the size of the enemy invasions just to power through the goblin population quicker. Alcohol is using sustainably more space. Why don't you make different stockpiles and figure it out? So as a relatively regular user of BC ferries, I don't think I've ever seen vomit on the ferry. But maybe I'm just lucky. Maybe this is a different kind of ferry that you're talking about. All right, so I need to start building an actual, like, stuff disposal place. Stuff disposal. That's very, very well Englished of me. Let's just go up to here. Just make a refuse pile. $50 meals per barrel. What do I have in here? That's definitely an empty one. That one's just fat. 3 rum. You're probably just brewing more than you're cooking. Yeah, it's like 5 per barrel. Seems like. I'll be honest with you, I've never actually looked at this. This is not something I ever really thought to do. Pigtail is fine, yes. Any plant stuff is fine as long as it's not decorated with bone. Or animal products, like leather. Or metal that was made with burning tree stuff. Tree stuff. Burning tree stuff. I'm going to add that to a list of maybe the least logical quote I've said in a while. Can you ever get non-dwarves to join your fortress? Yes, but only via, what's it called? Like mercenaries or roaming bands of performers. And the reason for this is, believe it or not, Dwarf Fortress doesn't really have a good way of handling non-dwarven sized clothing. So right now it's kind of tedious to make non-dwarven sized clothing. And if you were to just, like, imagine you just get a migrant wave with 6 different sizes of clothing. Now you don't need to worry about just dwarven-sized clothing. You also need to worry about human size. You also need to worry about tiny people size, like, let's say, like, hamstermen, or, like, one of the other creatures that's very small size clothing. So you have to make large clothing, small clothing, and dwarf clothing. And that's exceptionally tedious and time-consuming to do. And most people just aren't willing to do that. Oopsies, that is not what I wanted to do. And Tarn has said that that may become a thing, like different types of migrants migrating, because they're already in the population counts for each faction. But that isn't going to happen really consistently, or that's not going to be implemented to the game directly until there's a better method of handling clothing. You'd like a cook or a brewer. I don't even know if I have any dwarves available. Hold on, let me check. I have Burr, who's a weaponsmith. That's it. Would you like Burr the weaponsmith? I think that's the only unnamed dwarf. Yes. Burr is this fortress started in the late fall, so like it's taking a while to get going population-wise. You'll take Burr. Zudica, you are a record keeper. You're also married to statue sounds. And she is uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from herself. She has a noticeable lack of perseverance, and she is grateful when others help her out, and she tries to return favors. She is often cheerful, and she bites her nails when she's trying to remember something. She needs alcohol to get through the working day, and dreams of raising a family. Personally, values artwork does not particularly value the truth, and dreams of raising a family. She likes quartzite and nickel silver, as well as morganite, not magnetite, morganite, and green glass and crossbows and mail shirts and anvils, and the sound of the fragrances of scintillating in the sight of the teal gem, and when possible prefers to consume parsnip wine and sorghum flour. Can't stand snails. Welcome to the fort. I don't personally find clothing management to be painful. I'm one of the weird people who actually think it's pretty enjoyable, clothing management. But I wouldn't feel that it's an enjoyable mechanic if I also had to manage like 50 other creatures. Like even having like 6 creatures that are a different clothing size is already kind of a pain. Yeah, there's actually a lot of no snails. What? They've been at it for long enough to get babies. Wow. It's kind of impressive. So once we get some more of that going, I can then go down to... Oopsies. Down to here. Keep mining this out. Oh, what? Yeah, okay. No, I understand. Sorry, I have a wee bit of a headache right now. I think it's whatever this, like, off cold thing that I have is that's causing it. So it's making thinking a little hard. So if I seem slow, gold bludgeon, that'd be why. Of course, like, you know, the first day that I'm back after my vacation, I get a cold. Grr. I can despise colds. Yeah, this one's giving me a bit of a headache, though, which is not pleasant. That was one thing I actually really unironically enjoyed about the pandemic years, was just not getting sick because everybody was overly cautious, and now people aren't overly cautious anymore, and it's like, come on, work with me here. Work with me here. Life would be so much better if we could all just, like, you know, not get sick as a unit. But oh well. Yeah, I feel okay. Like, it's not that bad. I just have a bit of a sore throat, and which has been kind of coming and going, which is weird. And then, like, a mild headache. You know what I really miss about pandemic restrictions? People lining up in an organized fashion for the bus. Like, why couldn't we have kept that? Like, just keep the lines. Ah! Your kid just started kindergarten, you'll be sick for the next year or two. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. Yeah. My mom runs a school for little kids. So whenever I go over to their house, I almost always get sick. Which is probably what happened. $15C means wear a scarf on the motorbike? Ooh. Yeah, no, definitely. It's pretty chilly. Especially with wind. Wind chill on 15C is, like, no joke. At least it wasn't while I was on my vacation. I don't know. Well, yeah, I guess. It is good to be back, though. I was genuinely starting to miss this. I know that it sounds silly, but when you own or run a business of any kind or scale and you take a break, it's always kind of stressful to a point because like there's this irrational fear that nobody will come back. And I know it's irrational, but it's still a fear. It's still there. Yeah, no. It's unfortunately never gonna happen. Just more crazy people. Yeah, well. Oh shit, we found some native gold. That's kind of cool. I'm kind of scared to make native gold though, because I don't really want native gold weapons. But I will cut it. I will dig it out though. But yeah, I would say this fort's off to not a bad start. Although we need 20 dwarves before I can get an artifact, so still got a ways to go, I guess. This, I will just dig around it, similarly to like this, and this is going to be a temple. I wish there was a priority hall feature. You don't need it. Dwarf Fortress is a game that you have to think of like a god game, if that makes any sense. Infectious in YouTube chat. Like it's... You're never going to have direct control, and if you have direct control, the game loses a lot of its charm. The thing that makes Dwarf Fortress interesting is that you don't have perfect control over your dwarves. I feel like, at least for me, Dwarf Fortress would lose a lot of its charm and, like, intrigue for me if I had full control over the dwarves. Yeah, it's more of a game about kind of watching the anthill function and trying to automate the anthill as efficiently as possible, and less of a game about like min-maxing. And as far as like priority items go, well, clearly you just need a stockpile specifically for that, right? And manage your hauling jobs better. Seems like a skill issue. Less of a, the game needs this tool because I'm bad at game for this reason. No, the game doesn't need that tool. You just need to learn your way around the need for that tool, because that tool isn't needed. Although, don't anybody tell them that there's a priority hauling feature in DF Hack, because it does, in fact, you know, take away a lot of the charm and joy from the game. At least that's my feeling anyways. I don't know. It's like trying to, like, it's like the Steam review that just says it's like trying to micromanage an army of drunk toddlers. It's like, good luck. I mean, you can try if you want, but I wouldn't recommend it. You'll probably get more enjoyment out of the game if you know, just play it. It's good to be back, Hoff. Oh, am I really out of pig iron? Okay. Someone who got me to play the game was originally saying it's like a herding cat simulator. You just do the best you can, and you still kind of love the vibe. Yeah, no, I think a lot of people go into this game expecting RimWorld, which is a very precise, like, min-maxing game. But it's not that. I mean, it's more of like you make an approximate order and then just sit there and tap your foot until the little idiots get it done. Which, I don't know. That is the charm of the Dwarf Fortress for me. I mean, I've never, like, I mean, are you trying to get stuff out of the magma river? Well, if you're trying to get dwarves out of the magma river, you can burrow them out, or you could set priority movement directions, or you could just set the items to be dumped and just make sure that there's enough free dwarves that somebody can dump it. Like, you know, there's tools and ways around your problems. It's just a matter of learning to use the tools instead of just going, game needs this specific feature. Generally, the game has a feature that will help you achieve the thing you're looking for, even if not perfectly, then at least approximately of what you're looking for. You're trying to make you're trying to get lava somewhere from magma smelters? Yeah, I mean, like, use a dumping stockpile and then, like, dump items out of it. But there's all this ore in there? Well, put the lava in a different hole for right now. It's clearly not ready to go. Okay, that's more than enough ore. The dwarves are running around with steel picks now. You love to see it. I would be starting a military, but we're just, you know, so far away from that point right now. So I think the plan for stream tomorrow, chat, is we'll be continuing this fort, but I also want to try out sulfur, because I've heard good things about sulfur. So I think we'll probably play this fort for about 4 or 5 hours tomorrow, and then play sulfur, assuming I'm not, like, you know, bedridden, which probably won't be the case, but that is kind of the plan that I'm thinking for tomorrow. Or thinking. Do I have any weapons now? Nope, because you don't get any strange moods until you have 20 dwarves, and we currently have 10. Unless you count the pickaxe this dwarf is holding. But I'm not limiting myself to artifact pickaxes, because that's silly. Welcome back, Raph. Did I make a weaponsmith guild? It was the first thing I did, yeah. My weaponsmith guild is literally this. This is my weaponsmith guild. These are both connected to this, which is the power of metal. And yes, it's functioning, even though there's no dwarves in there. And every single dwarf's highest skill, with the exception of Napalm, who's a miner, everybody's highest moodable skill is weaponsmithing. So every single strange mood we get is going to be a weapon. They are a surprisingly good weapon, yes. But I will not be using pickaxes as weapons, because that would kind of be cheating against the whole point of this. Sulfur? It's kind of first-person single-player Tarkov if it was how do I word this? If it was Adventure Time? It's a weird game. It's this. Sulfur. It's an extraction shooter with a funky art style. And I've heard very good things about it. Coding a dwarven tears. The dwarves often cry from happiness, fun fact. Which I personally find very amusing. What, crying from happiness? Yeah, samesies. It's better than crying from sadness. We got dwarves making those steel bars, and then this can go back down. Pro tip about these. Minecarts can't go up on corners. Not on GOG. I'm not gonna lie, I wouldn't depend on GOG, mate. Is it on Itch? Itch is the better platform anyway. Sulfur itch. That's not what I meant, Google. Nope, doesn't look like it. Very few games actually have Steam DRM, though. Yeah, itch is always the platform I tell people to buy from if they want, like, guaranteed DRM free. Always looks like such a blast when I play. I would say right now is a pretty good time. I don't know when you played last, but, like, adventure mode is on the relatively soon horizon right now. And I say that in, like, it'll probably be out in January, I don't know. But it'll be out sooner rather than later, most likely. No, we don't. You never thought about that? But we do have uranium. You just can't do anything with it. Or rather, we have unrefined uranium. But the reason we don't have black powder is because Zach and Tarn don't want to do guns. They've talked about this a number of times. Like, they don't like guns, and they don't like researching guns, and the way development for this game works is they obsess over a subject and research it a bunch and then add it to the video game. And instead of going into, like, basically Warhammer dwarves, they want to go more high fantasy with the magic stuff, so you'll get basically projectile weapons with that, but it's a matter of getting there. All right, I mean, hey, give it another month or two, you know? I will always, like, encourage people to take time off of video games. Doesn't matter how good the video game is or how much I like the video game. You should always take time off video games. Because if you don't take time off video games, you'll just end up looking like the one nincompoop on the Steam forums who's just like, this game bad and they ruined it because blah, 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 blah. By the way, I have 2,000 hours. That's what happens if you do nothing else and don't, like, you know, ever surface for oxygen. You'll eventually just become a maniac in the forums, and that's not healthy or good for anybody. Yeah, but that's not really a gun. Yeah, you are correct, though. You can launch lava at, like, warp speed at somebody's face, which is pretty effective. Let's make rock statues, rock cabinets, and rock coffers. I don't know anything about saltpeter as fertilizer, but yeah, I don't know. I don't ever use fertilizer in this game. I probably should, because apparently it's useful, but, like, I don't think I've ever actually used fertilizer in Dwarf Fortress. If only we could get aluminum from raw. I mean, there is, like, pure aluminum in the game, but I'm not very well versed on, like, how this stuff actually works, just how it works in video game logic, so I mean, I wouldn't mind, like, a mechanism crossbow, like a crossbow that shoots faster, because, like, in adventure mode, crossbows are virtually useless because of how long they take to shoot. Same with bow and arrow is a bit better, but not by much. Crossbows are, like, a horrific offender, though. I think it would be neat if you could, like, automate a crossbow to make them shoot faster or something, somehow. That I'd be cool with that. Basically requires huge amounts of electricity, though. Just need electro magic. The crossbow's historical weakness? What, they take 1 trillion years to load? It's just like muskets, man. Back when, like, it was still a viable alternative to just charge at the dude with a horse instead of, like, trying to load your weapon. Because for a very long time, that was a viable alternative, was just charge the dude with a horse and a sword. Like, what are they even going to do? Oh, it's a statue of the god, image of tobacco, the deity of beauty, depicted as a male human in sandstone by Arab Keencook. Tobacco, Takbo is mother tresses, is striking a triumphant pose. And this is a statue, another one of the same god, a well-designed image of Takbo, mother tresses, the deity of beauty, depicted as a male human. In sandstone by Burr. Wait, what? Oh, okay. I thought it said female in the first one. I misread. I like the fact that humans are basically extinct in this world, and, like, the deity of beauty is a human. It's kind of a neat idea. Well, I mean, right now we just have throwing. Also, somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but don't slings already exist? Like, kobolds use them or something? It's like blow darts where you, like, don't really see them, but they do exist. I need to check, but I could be wrong. But yes, slings very scary. You gotta train and build muscles for to use longbows effectively? Oh yeah, no, absolutely. That kind of history of warfare, though, is fascinating. Just how it's worked historically. All right, chat. I've been streaming for 7.5 hours, and I'm gonna be honest with you, I got a bit of a headache. I don't feel that sick or anything, but this headache is a little bit pulsating, so I think I'm gonna actually call it early today. I was kind of planning on keeping today short anyway, just because, you know, we are getting back into the swing of things, and because I am clearly coming down with some sort of horrible death-bringing illness, most likely. I think it's wise that we keep things a little bit cool today and lax. So I think I'm gonna go take a nap. Hey, chat. Thanks a lot for tuning in. You know, it's nice to have a crowd here after I get back from vacation. And, you know, we're back on the normal schedule now, mostly. This week is going to be Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, assuming I'm not dying tomorrow. And so to the YouTube folks, keep an eye out on the YouTube channel for the next scheduled stream. And as far as the next big video goes, give me 3 weeks, basically, because I need to start. I haven't even started. Maybe I can start tonight if I feel okay when I wake up. But yeah, headache. Yeah, it kind of is undulating. It's like a blob composed of human mass, and it undulates rhythmically as my brain currently. That's unpleasant. Beware its noxious secretions. But speaking of noxious secretions, this is not where I intended that statement to go. But John Finn, thanks for $20. New fan from the cult video. Thank you for making great long form videos. Yeah, well, I got 3 of them. Unless you count the compilation of tutorials I did. But we'll be live tomorrow, 10 a.m. Pacific on YouTube, 9 a.m. Pacific here on Twitch. And if you aren't, you can join the Discord, which I put out a ping when I go live. I've started posting on Blue Sky again. I don't know. I'm on there if you want to follow me. Because apparently everybody decided to join Blue Sky because of the changes that Twitter made to blocking. So there's that. But yeah, I think I'm gonna go take a nap, and thank you, YouTube, for joining us. Twitch, stick around. We're gonna go raid somebody, and YouTube, if you want to raid somebody with us and discover somebody new, pop here into the Twitch stream, and we will go raid someone. Otherwise, I will see you guys on the flip side tomorrow. Take care of yourselves, and go watch some cool stuff on the YouTubes, or on the internets, or